I am Seth Newman, and for the last 15 years or so, I've had the privilege of chairing the Bay Area SIG meet, which is a meet put on by a couple of the major special interest groups, SIGs, and the Pacific Coast region of the NMRA, which the Coast Division is based in the San Francisco Bay Area. So we hold a meet once a year, which has a series of clinics of layout design and operation interest. It's buttressed by a layout tour, usually on a Saturday evening after we do our clinic and panel program. We have a consulting program during the day to help people who are trying to design their layouts or develop an operating scheme. And then we have layout tours in the evening. And then on the Sunday, we invite people to come back and operate on several of the layouts. The meeting is held annually. It's usually the last weekend in January, which is the weekend between NFL playoffs and the Super Bowl. So, there's not too much TV distraction. And that's really become a little bit of a landmark on the Bay Area model railroading calendar. We typically draw 100 people or so. The major clinic form is what I call the design to operation clinic, where somebody talks about their prototype, the railroad they want to model, and the design process they went through, the decisions they made, and the layout they have designed. And hopefully it's a layout that's actually been built and there are some lessons learned. Now today we had two clinics about layouts that had been featured previously in earlier SIG meets, and now the owners have come back and said, well, I've gotten in one case to operation, and here's what we've been learning in the early days, and here's some things we did that really worked well, and here's some things that we probably wouldn't try again. So we get, people who are just generally interested in design and ops, but we also get a lot of people who are saying, I'm about to design a layout or build a new layout, or for one reason or another I want to make some changes in my layout, and you come in and certainly there are many great ideas to be had from the clinics, and more specifically Byron Henderson, the editor of the Layout Design SIG's Layout Design Journal, the LDJ, has been running a consulting program over in the next building here, and you can come in and get a design review.
Today we are, as part of the PCR, NMRA, LDSIG, OPSIG meet that we hold each year, we do consultations for layout design and operations. So people come in from every level. Either they have a very finished layout and just want a little tweaking, or they're just at the very beginning, maybe just have some notes on a placemat or something. And we start there, we help them with design issues, we help them try to figure out how to do more with their layout and have more fun. It turns out that time, money, space are really constraints in the hobby. The one thing we can share freely is knowledge. So we try to give people as much of that as we can.
This idea that there's something important about layout design that is more than just a simple collection of track that runs around in a circle, that there are things that you do want to do. We have an eraser that says, make only new mistakes, only erase so many things. You shouldn't have to keep making the same mistakes as we develop and spread the knowledge. And so the event that is occurring today is the culmination of now 30-something years. It's the biggest regional sort of event like this. There's a few others around the country, and then of course every year the Layout Design SIG has its national convention as part of the National Model Railroad Association convention. Has a very famous layout design tour. And it's all about how do you think through the issues of what you're trying to accomplish. As we saw in one of the presentations today, what sort of story are you looking to tell? All right. At another presentation, it was, well, I used to have this tiny little layout in a 12 by 12 room, and now I have 1,200 square feet, right? What do I do and how do I get there?
My name is Jeff Allen, and I'm a middle school math teacher, and I've been building a model railroad in my middle school classroom over the last 5 years. And this is the fourth year that I've come to the LDSIG conference and availed myself of the counseling and the consulting that's available for layout design issues. And it has been marvelous. It's amazing, wonderful opportunity, and it has unlocked lots of design problems. Anybody that's done any design of anything knows that you get your head into a design and begin to overlook potentially obvious alternatives. And every year I've had new vistas opened up. It's been tremendous, and it's always anybody can help see what you're overlooking, but the wise counsel of people that have been there many times has really made my layout something that I not only can be more proud of, but that works really well.
Nobody knows everything. There's way too much to know in the hobby. So, even if you have a strong vision, a design review is valuable. You want to bring your plan in and present it to a bunch of knowledgeable people who haven't had their head in the process, so they're not, having groupthink or collective blindness, and test that before you go too much further. So it's good design sense, and people will ask questions that may have just not occurred to you.
So all of this is a learning experience, and it all has grown, from living rooms to spare rooms to, a freight house down in Santa Clara at the Santa Clara Depot, and it kept outgrowing itself. And so now you have between 90 and 110 people that show up, and you have a whole range of activities. And it's become an incredibly important part of the overall hobby. And so as it's now spawned professional publications by Kalmbach Publications and others, and all of this has started, the initial guy was named Doug Gurin, and he had the idea that, well, we really should try and connect and talk about this stuff. And the first issues were mimeographed, okay? And then copied, right? And eventually, and now they have full color publications put on by the LDSIG. An amazing change, and in watching the evolution through the hobby, I think it's important to be able to go back and say, well, it wasn't really accepted. Even in the 1940s, there were discussions about operations. And there were some very famous people, okay, who model railroaders, okay, who talked about it and did it, but it didn't become something that the hobby as a whole really owned or became involved in. Now, you can't have a layout article in a publication without talking about how you're operating your railroad and discussing the layout design concepts that went into it.
We have, I would say, 3 more or less public events. The 2 of them really are, if not exactly aimed at, very welcoming to new operators, and those are the SIG meet. We definitely want to give people a chance to try, for all the reasons we just discussed. And the other one is when we have the PCR convention in the Bay Area. Those are open sessions, and for many of those guys, they may operate once a year, and it's probably at PCR. So we try to have an operating program that's open to anybody in the region who's interested. And that, assumes a certain interest in scale modeling. They may not be strict prototypers, they may not be operators, but, they have some basic train handling skills and understand what we're generally trying to do. The third event is Bay Rails, which is really aimed at fairly advanced operators, and people travel from certainly all over North America, and not unheard of to have, people from the UK, New Zealand, and Australia participating. So, that's probably a little higher level of motivation. Don't know if that exactly translates to a higher level of skill, but we do get a fairly advanced class of operators in that group. And that one, it's probably not the best place to be learning, because everybody else is going to be operating at kind of an unstated but high level. This one, hey, if you make a mistake, well, that's part of learning. So let's see if we can show you why we wouldn't do it that way.
The event today is now like a 2.5-day event and involves a whole day of layout design and consultations. Tomorrow there'll be operating sessions. Tonight there are layout tours. The first one that I went to, there were 5 of us in this guy's breakfast nook. Okay, and this is about like 1985, 1986.
This year, we really had some fun with it. The SMART had opened last year, Sonoma Marin Rapid Transit, and we met at the Hamilton station and took a round trip. We took the train down to San Rafael and then back all the way north to Sonoma Airport near Windsor and back down to where we started, and then we headed off to dinner. And those of us who didn't want to deal with commuting in the morning got rooms at the hotel here in Petaluma and got up, and we've been having a program today of clinics and panels and a design challenge where we give several intrepid contestants a modeling subject and some parameters. In this case, it's Klamath Falls in a certain amount of space, which I think was 20 by 20, and basically have at it. You pick the area, you pick the railroads, you pick the scale, and so I'm hoping to see some really interesting plans later this afternoon. We'll knock that off around 5 in the afternoon, and then starting around 7 we'll have 8 or 9 layouts available in Sonoma Marin and then up north towards Healdsburg. So I'm going to go see 4 layouts I've never seen before. Tomorrow, Sunday, will be open for operations, and those will be certainly open to everybody who came, but one of the key things is that newbies are welcome. So if you've never operated before, you hear about the importance of designing for operation, you get a chance to operate and see what you like and see what works for you and what doesn't. So it comes out to be a 3-day program, and it's been quite popular. As I say, something like half of the attendees have been here 5 times or more, so people keep coming back.
How you doing, John?
I know you were trying to avoid it.
I was.
All right, we'd like to continue on with our presentations. If you'd like to continue conversations, please take them outside. Otherwise, let's take our seats again, please. I had a question if we had a slide with the today's timetable, and unfortunately we don't, but I thought I'd give you a quick rundown through lunch. 10:15, we have Dave Clemens, who I'll introduce in a moment. He'll be talking about designing his new layout. At 11:15 approximately, David Parks will join us remotely to talk about using automated trains via JMRI. And then from 12:15 to 1:30, we have a lunch break. And then at 1:30, we have Rob Leachman talking about PFE, that's Pacific Fruit Express, in the 1960s and 1970s. We will have a rumble outside afterward between Tony and Robert Leachman if they have any sort of disagreements. And then at 2:45, we have a layout design challenge, and we should be cleaning up somewhere between 4:15 and 4:30. All right. Yes.
At lunch, traditionally, we've had birds of a feather, which are just encouraging people to put your chairs together and talk about topics of mutual interest. So we'll try and start you on that when we start.
And for the benefit of everybody else, what Seth was talking about is during lunchtime, we're going to have something called Birds of a Feather. You can find like-minded people to talk about various topics, whether it's JMRI, DCC versus DC, foam versus hard shell scenery. Yes. And so anyhow, but we'll try to have, we encourage everybody to look for somebody you'd like to share your lunch with and talk about common topics.
And if you use my whole bio, you'll waste most of my hour.
Well, okay. So our next speaker is Dave Clemens, who joins us from the Sacramento area. He's been a city planner for 30 years, but he's spent 70 years in model railroading. His mother was constantly overwhelmed by him getting a railroad to just so, but then he'd rip it apart and start something else entirely new. I'm just going to skip to the point, and it's the year 2002. He retires and moves to Rockland next to Roseville. His wife agreed that they could do an addition to the front bedroom, which they completed in 2004. And with design already underway during construction, he designed and built with local support the Union Pacific Milwaukee trackage rights railroading around Spokane, representing the Idaho Montana Railway and Navigation circa 1956. He hosted visitors for the NMRI Extra 2011 West. He realized the railroad concept was great, but people access was severely hampered. One peninsula came out and the Camas Prairie returned. But then in 2020, with COVID everywhere, modelers reluctant to chance an issue, the BN in Spokane, OPSIG Compendium and Operations Chapter. Okay, I need help with this. Chapter 4 came streaming back into his consciousness, and he embarked upon his current effort to emulate BN's Yardley as he experienced it in 1976 and became the central focus of his latest project and the subject of this clinic. I present to you Dave Clemens.
Thanks, you, Cliff. Appreciate it. If you would, if you've got questions along the way, we'll try to keep them short because it's a relatively long presentation. But do throw rocks if I'm going way too fast. All righty. So, circling back to the yes, sir. Nope. Oh, dim the lights. Got it. The title of the clinic is circling back to the Yardley in 1976, and we'll get into that in a lot more detail as we go. 76, hard to believe that 76 years, give or take. 1949, there was a huge discussion about what year did I get my first Lionel train. The battle was between 48 and 49, and it was concluded just recently when I found that the train set that I received for that Christmas was introduced in 1949. So that settled that first element. By 59, my grandparents that lived in Davis, just west of Sacramento, for those of you who are familiar with it on the Capitol Quarter line or prior to that, my grandmother and my grandfather were very, very into my model railroading, my interest in trains. We'd go to the local depot. So in 59, my grandmother took me over to Hobby Crafts in Sacramento, 1616 J Street, long since disappeared into the dust. And I got my first HO equipment. It was a single dummy SP GP9 and a few pieces of track and a couple of freight cars. I don't know what I thought I was going to do with just a few pieces of track, not even a circle at the time, but it was the start of a much bigger thing. Eventually, I got this Athearn Pacific locomotive, one of the few relatively easy and decent quality steam locomotives of that era. At any rate, in the 70s, after getting married, I started thinking seriously. This was the time of the V&O articles in RMC that I think most of us have followed. And I came up with this crazy concept of a railroad that started in Spokane, went east through the Bitterroots, and somehow or other wangled trackage rights on the Great Northern over Marias Pass to get us to Sweetgrass and connection to the Canadian Pacific. And so the first railroad in the garage was a track plan that was intended to be placed in a bedroom. And because I had more space, I said, well, we'll take advantage of it. Jack Burgess and his Philtown and Copperopolis group had recently toured a layout in San Francisco's Sunset District where the gentleman had stanchions that held up the section of the railroad that went across the garage door. And I thought, that's the perfect solution. So it basically took the layout, pulled it apart, and made connections on both ends. And it was all right, except there was so much track in it, it hardly looked like a lonely mountain railroad, which was really what I was trying to achieve. So the next effort was to take that railroad and follow more or less the V&O squiggly line, John Armstrong's squiggly aisle configuration. And that railroad was hung from the ceiling joist on 2x2s with 2x2s across the bottom. And the hanging elements became the center spine of the backdrop. So on either side of that inverted T was a piece of the railroad. And it basically was point to point, shotgun loaded staging on both ends. And this name, Fancher Road Yard, will pop up from time to time as my railroading progressed. So let's circle back again to 1976. This is early, and Fancher Road, as I said, was going to show up multiple times. So here's the inspiration. Early in the 1970s, my wife, who I'd met at Washington State University at the time, she lived in the Clarkson area with her folks. They'd been moved back to Spokane, where she actually grew up and was born. And Kathy and her mom would do what daughters and moms would do. They would get together and they'd be yammering all afternoon long, and I'd be sitting there saying, "Oh my God!" So I borrowed the car, headed downtown, and stumbled across both the UP and Milwaukee yards, which in East Spokane are relatively small. Although at the time there was still an engine facility on the UP piece. But continuing on down Havana Street, I stumbled across this, which is Burlington Northern's ex-Northern Pacific Yardley Yard, and the Tower Yardmaster's office is here. And as you can see, there are 3 switching locomotives on separate leads. Thank you, Mark. Working the yard. And although they're not listed, they're not shown here, that at times it looks like a staging yard. There'll be 4 trains east and 4 trains west, all you can see from sitting at Havana Street and enjoying the afternoon. And then Kathy's folks retired and moved back to Clarkston. And of course, right across the river is Lewiston, Idaho, which is the home of the Camas Prairie Railroad. So I got very involved in the Camas Prairie Railroad because we were frequently driving from the Bay Area to go see her folks. Chased the Grangeville local, which is this train here that's climbing the 3% grade of Lapway Creek Canyon to get from the Snake River, which is at elevation 700, up to the prairie at elevation 2,700 feet in about 10 miles. And the railroad would snake up one side of the canyon and then back on the opposite side of the canyon. Later, a photo of BN Power after the merger, the joint operation initially with UP and the Northern Pacific Construction. And then bookending that period, that 10-year period, the Milpitas F's on the WP wrote a couple of articles for Railfan magazine, contemporaneous with those photos. Ancient F's, crotchety old locomotives working the San Jose turn. But at the other end of that era, we'd gotten the opportunity to relocate to the Seattle area, not quite Eastern Washington, where my wife really wanted to be so that she could be closer to her folks and the rest of her family. But it was close enough. It reduced the travel time from 18 track hours to 6 to go home. So in this case, Milwaukee 200 in late 1978, passing the depot in downtown Renton. After they make one more street crossing, railroad enters Hauser Way, and Hauser Way just happens to be right next to City Hall. And I had the good fortune of having my office located on the railroad side of the building. And so I frequently was able to see a Milwaukee Road train passing by, although as time went on, the number of trains diminished and the condition of the equipment got ever worse. So here we are, new house in Renton, and it's got what the builder called a wine cellar underneath. It was basically a 14 by 17 foot space that was underneath the living room and entry and stairway up to the main part of the house, and was able to cram in an Armstrong-esque double level layout. So if you started on the bottom, reverse loop with staging tracks in it, squiggle around, bore through the vertical part of one of the stairs leading back up to the house, climb under the joist of the dining room, which was here, and pop out on the next level and continue on up. That looked like a mountain railroad. That was the whole concept that started 10 years earlier. We got rained out. It's very simple. Both my wife is from Eastern Washington, which rarely sees rain, sees a lot of snow, but rarely sees rain. And I was from California, and I rarely saw snow. So when my wife said, "I can't take it anymore," we figured out how to get back. Although it was an interesting challenge. Got an opportunity to work for National Semiconductor and then the city of Livermore, and we lived in Fremont. And of course, California, you got one choice in most cases, and that is the California basement or the garage. So this was the first attempt at doing something in the garage and picking up the pieces. So let's go up to this little diagram here, which is a schematic of Fancher Road Yard, this spaghetti bowl here. It's on a peninsula from here to here, hung from the ceiling, as in the first railroad in the Milpitas garage. And initially my little Lexus, and later a couple of other sedans, just barely fit under this side. Perfect opportunity to take advantage of the space. One big problem: congestion right in here. Here's all the yard leads. The freights have to go in and out. The yardmasters' crews have to be able to work in that area. So it was a challenge. The reverse loop over on this end also had a one-turn helix in the center of it, so that trains could go east and continue straight on around and continue around the railroad, or they could go east or west and turn either on top or on the bottom of that configuration. So let's go back over here real quick and take a look at this yard. This is a compression of Yardley. The 4 tracks here at the bottom are the main, and tracks 1, 2, and 3. Those are basically arrival departure tracks, and tracks that represented the 8 tracks that actually were at Yardley. And tracks 10 through 20 was called the short yard. The long tracks were called the big yard. The short yard is where the switch crews that could work any of these yard leads down here would sort cars that were going and coming from Spokane and going to some other location beyond the city of Spokane. And finally, tracks 40 to 80, which actually spiraled off to the north in Yardley, were traffic that was going to somewhere via local trains, which were served out of Yardley. So we took 80 tracks and compressed it down to 12. So 4, 4, and 4 in my case. Okay, well, after dealing with congestion in this area of the yard, we finally said, well, why don't we do an option? We'll take the peninsula, we'll saw it off, extend the yard across the room, and build the rest of the railroad just as a long spiral helix. And let's back up here real quick. You'll notice this beautiful mess here, which is Erie Street Yard, was hung on the garage door. A very heavy wood garage door, the flip-up variety, not even the roll-up style. We had to counterweight the door so that the door operator wouldn't break after about a week's worth of use. And it never worked as intended from day to day. When it was operating, it was a great little yard. Worked exactly like it was intended to in Spokane. Cars that were coming out of Hellhole would be sent over to Erie Street if they were headed for the grain elevators and so on down here. Okay, so, oops, I'm going the wrong way. All right, so that railroad was lots of fun, enjoyed it considerably, but having multiple decks, even relatively short ones, that were placed across the door meant that at each end you had a connection between the movable part of the railroad and the fixed part of the railroad. And none of those connections ever quite came out exactly where they were supposed to be on a vertical alignment basis. And we finally said, yeah, this is nuts. But I'd spent a lot of time chasing the Camas Prairie, both the grain side and the lumber side. Really enjoyed the grain side. So in the mid 90s, got in and began building modules, not modular in the sense of interchangeable, but sectional, more in the alignment of Dave Barrow's dominoes. I called them dorminos because we built them on hollow core doors. Really sturdy, very simple. Just put some simple legs underneath them. You can build a railroad in a heck of a hurry if you've got, sections that you're just trying to tie together. And those big pieces would just simply be moved aside when the railroad wasn't in operation. Worked out really nicely. But after complaining from the late 80s to the late 90s about, hot summers and cold winters, my wife's call center at Williams-Sonoma in San Francisco got shut down. She was the manager of her 400-seat call center, and she and 20 of her supervisors were packed up, sent to Las Vegas for a month to help get the new Las Vegas call center in operation. And literally, as she was going down the ramp, this was back when you could actually take your spouse, your friend, or meet folks at the gate in the airport. She literally, as she's walking down the skyway, says, "All right, you can have the living room, but do not touch the wallpaper." And I literally, as I'm driving out, I'm calling my friend Rich Forst, who's my alter ego in all things in insanity of model railroading. Told him, "I'm going to be home in less than an hour. We're going to Home Depot to get a few more pieces, and we're going to move the Camas Prairie from the garage into the living room." And indeed, it worked very nicely. These two modules and this section for Craigmont and for Nez Perce literally came out of the garage, went into here in 30 man hours, building 4 more modules for Fenn, Ferdinand, Grangeville, and this little filler piece down here for Grangeville. 30 hours, 30 man hours, meaning about 15 hours total time. Brand new railroad in the living room, and we did not touch the wallpaper. And for extra 2001 West, the NMRA convention in San Jose, I didn't even bother to sign up for the convention, but Jack Burgess convinced me to, have an open house. There'd be a 24-person bus. There's 4 railroads on your route, and I'm thinking, that's perfect. 24 divided by 4 railroads, that's about 6 or 8 people who are going to come to my railroad at once. Except the 24-person bus pulled up, disgorging 24 people into my living room. Fortunately, the entry hallway is here. The front door is in here. And the dining room, which is right adjacent, actually was open to that side of the railroad, which is how that part of it worked. And folks like Mr. Bradkey were disgorged into my railroad. And the good news is I just installed DCC. Thank God for DCC. And I was asking folks, would anybody like to run a train? While I, discussed what the concept behind the railroad, and I had, some rough paperwork as to what each train was intended to do. And Fortunately, Jim agreed to take a throttle, and once a train started moving, everybody wanted to run a train. But it worked very nicely. Well, obviously this photograph is taken from the stairs to the best bedrooms above. So we literally had an amphitheater of people who were able to see what we were doing. 2002, I retired from the city of Livermore, although I continued working until early 2005 on a part-time basis, finishing up reconstructing the Livermore City Hall and a brand new library. And as I told my wife frequently after I got the job, I'm building the model railroad in 12 inches to the foot scale, and I'm getting paid to do it. But we got to Renton. We could never find a house that had a decent train room. And one of the agreements of buying this particular house, which she really liked, was that we would do a room addition. And when I presented at my Rotary Club on Thursday of this week, somebody asked, what did you spend on that? And I told them it's $35,000, but it included her wrought iron purple gate and fencing across the front and the whole patio area, and most important, this exterior doorway so that people can go and come from the railroad room. Seth, this is Rockland. Oh, thank you. Somebody caught it. Yes, yes, yes. My apologies. Yes, it was Rockland, California, which is right next to Roseville, just east of Sacramento. And so size of the room is 14.5 by 18.5 in its completed form. It started off as 11 by 14.5. The fastest I could throw it was, or the farthest I could throw it, even using my planning skills, was 7.5 feet to the front, the front setback line. We have a question from the internet.
Yeah, Travers wanted to know, can you talk about any issues that you had going through the stairs in the early layout?
Not really. At the time, we were in our 30s and 40s, so we were fairly agile in getting up and down those stairs. I can tell you that one of the reasons that we purchased this house and not 17 others that we looked at over a 5-year period was it has exactly one threshold step, 4 inches to get from the garage or the front door or the back door into the house. 4 inches. That's the maximum differential. Yes, sir. Oh, it was sort of mutual agreement. The question was who handled the issues of the Department of the Interior. Yeah, she got the whole house. I got 7.5 feet. And another question from the Zoom.
Yeah, just a quick question. Which issue of MRP was that article in?
Oh, MRP for this particular railroad, we'll get to that, is actually MRP 2007. Okay, so we got the new train room, and of course, the design process had been thoroughly wrenched through 75 different ways. As I was commuting back and forth between Rockland and Livermore during my part-time period, I rode the Capital Corridor trains. That was my design studio. I would borrow a piece of one of the tables on the Capital Corridor train as I was going from Rockland to Martinez, where I would leave my car over the weekend. And I did all the design work while I was riding the train, which was great fun. At any rate, came up with a scheme of a triple level staging west on the bottom, 2 levels above that, and squiggled around the room. And here's the original article from MRP 2007. This railroad was opened in 2011 for the Sacramento National. And as I said, it was literally open from Sunday early in the morning until Saturday closing late in the evening. And it was in use almost all of that time. We had some operating sessions as well as visitor drop-ins throughout that time period. And that space got really congested very quickly, particularly when the operating sessions were going on. And we'll discuss it a little bit in a moment. These three really tight areas. This one was a pretty decent aisle in front of Union Station, but the choke points were at the ends of the peninsulas, and it was a constant nightmare for the operating crews. So as the construction was going on, we literally started operating when I had west staging and West Spokane yard in place. We began running trains, and as each increment of the railroad got done, we would literally stage trains at end of track. And so we were operating within about a year of moving into the space. And by 2009, the upper deck had finally all been installed, and we were operating over all 200 feet as originally anticipated. And it was a great railroad when it was, just my operating guys who knew exactly what they were expected to do because they'd done it multiple times, starting way back when we first started to operate. And it worked out very nicely. But the convention really proved that great concept, great length of run, terrible place to operate a railroad. And as much as I love John Armstrong's designs, 24-inch aisles just don't cut it. And I would never have built the railroad the way that I did if I'd had that experience in mind as I was doing the design process. I would have come up with a different solution. So at any rate, 2016, he finally said, screw this. Let's try to figure this out. So we started thinking about, okay, let's chop out that peninsula and create a much larger space. But to do that, first of all, you got to tear out everything. And of course, that leaves a big hole on one wall because, of course, the railroad was a spiral. So nothing lined up. So we had to do some balancing of the lower level with the middle level and install some additional bench work and trackage area. But I ended up with a 10-foot by 10-foot space. The photograph there on your extreme right was supposed to be my Rotary Club's opportunity to come see the railroad. Who showed up? One Rotarian with a friend, and all those kids had a wonderful time. Most of them ended up with the throttle in their hands, and they were just having a ball. It was wonderful, and it really proved, okay, having space does make a difference. And so we reapplied the Camas Prairie concept to that space, but modeling the Into the Woods 4th subdivision and first subdivisions, which were the lumber side of the railroad as opposed to the grain side of the railroad, which was in the garage and then in the living room in Fremont. Okay, so we're now cogitating through the Camas Prairie and thinking about circling back. As early as 2018, started doing quickie sketches, thinking about, okay, what if I really did try to go back to a BN concept from 1976. And what were some of the inspirations? Well, This sketch done in 1985 was embellished and cleaned up. That version over on the right's the more precise one. And again, got big yard, short yard, fruit growers' shops, and the hellhole yards illustrated there, and the UPSI trackage going to Eastport and Sandpoint, and the Great Northern Spokane, Coeur d'Alene, and Eastern tracks paralleling around the yard. And then here's a larger blow up of the central part of the city. You've got Yardley out to the east. You've got the Milwaukee and UP yards immediately to the south, the UP and the Northern Pacific originally, and then the Burlington Northern crossed at Erie Street Yard, Amtrak, the big bridge at the west end of Spokane, the Latah Creek Canyon Bridge is a real signature. The railroad splits at that point. The line going to the north goes to Seattle. The line going to the south heads off towards Pasco. And the line towards Pasco heads up Marshall Creek Canyon, which at one time had trains from the Northern Pacific SP&S, the Milwaukee, and the UP, all operating in this notch in the canyon. So, other inspirations. All right, it's Phil Manat's fault. He convinced me to write an article for the OPSIG compendium on operations, and it forced me to go back and rethink, okay, what had I done in 1976? Well, let me give you a real quickie snapshot. Over 3 days in 76, I would get up the crack of dawn, and in September, Spokane is far enough east, it's almost in the mountain time zone. So I woke up with the sun the first morning and zipped out to the local McDonald's, which wasn't open at that hour. And I'm thinking, why wasn't it open? Oh, well. So I went down to the Havana Street next to the tracks and actually looked at the clock. It was 4:30 in the morning. And at that time, McDonald's didn't open until 6. They were not 24 hours at the time. Anyway, so for 3 days, I was there literally while the sun was up, from early in the morning until late in the evening. And I had my handy dandy Radio Shack cassette tape recorder, and I recorded every piece of equipment that passed by my scene. Ended up with over 1,000 entries, and because at that time I'd finally upgraded to having a crystal-driven scanner in the car, so I could hear what was going on. And not every train would identify itself in a way that was helpful. You know, you'd hear lots of 6347 into 4, power to the house. You didn't know what it was necessarily, but you got enough information that you eventually were able to figure out what it was. So, took all of that information, compiled it, and BN proper, including all of its merger partners, represented over 65% of the cars that you saw on the railroad, and other railroads and locales across the country, smaller and smaller percentages. But after breaking all of that down and breaking out all of the various trains, came up with the concept of, okay, well, we'll take prototype train lengths, we'll chop it by 4. That ought to be pretty close to a model railroad size. So 20 to 22, 25 cars, that's probably about right. And so built up based on the information that was here, created some expected staged trains to run on the railroad. And there were multiple expediters like 97. At the time, there were 4 piggyback trains, 3, 4, 23, and 24. 3 and 4 were Seattle to Chicago or vice versa. And 23, 24 were Portland to Chicago. Grain trains, and then two regional trains that tended to have, lumbering and Northwest ish equipment in them. All right. And I took from, what the car counts were and guesstimated what were the products that those cars might be carrying, and found that the refrigerator type cars got to be apples coming mostly out of the Yakima and Wenatchee valleys, probably represented a huge part of it. So that was almost 15% of the railroad. This is September. Harvest season is now in full swing on the east side of the Cascades, and RPL cars were racing across the railroad, and so on and so forth. And then looked at using AAR data, what was happening by month for various commodities around the country, and made some estimates of what would be what. All right. So that's all of the background. So in 2019, another trip to Spokane, and it really lit the fuse. It's time to get serious about trying to do something. And the very first thing that I did was take Fancher Road out of the Fremont garage and see if I could make the Fancher Road out of Fremont and try to squeeze it down, because I had a much smaller space. Yes, I had the 18.5 feet go in one direction. The garage was 22 feet across. I only have 14.5 feet in my train room. So making the Yardley a little bit smaller seemed to make sense. So I began trying to do Xerox track, as I call it, to quickly mock up what might be possible within the space. And of course, the first thing I was trying to do was, okay, I really would like to squeeze this helix reverse loop in so that I can recycle trains without having to mess with them. So a train that was consistently going in a westerly direction would just go down the helix and come out. A train that was going west and then come back east as a different train identification could go around the reverse loop, come back to town, be worked again, and so on. I really wanted to make this work, but it really didn't. When I finally mocked it up full size in the space, I realized that nice big space that I had spent all that time tearing down the original railroad to get to, it was eating up too much of the space. So began again looking at, okay, are there other ways of doing it? Could I do Yardley in the same way that the garage was done? This got really, really tight. Okay, so we'll abandon the peninsula and we'll do something like this, and we'll have more staging tracks outside. That's more stuff that you can't see. And I'm thinking, I don't know about that. But kept working at it, taking composites, trying to figure out how to make things work, put Erie Street here, Yardley around here, basically no main line except getting through the city of Spokane. And mocked up both ends of the yard, the Havana Street and the Parkwater east end of Yardley, and kept going and going. I'm not getting anything done. I'm spending all the time doing design. I'm not running trains. Of course, it was during COVID, and not very many people wanted to be going to operating sessions. So I said, okay, let's take Camas Prairie. Let's see if we can make that work somehow. Well, it's backwards. Well, wait a minute. As a rail fan, most of the time while you're at Yardley, Napa Street, and Erie Street yards, you're not on the south side of the tracks. You're on the north side of the tracks. Which way is west? It's that way. Rather than the map orientation where west is that way. So I said, oh, okay. So West Spokane Yard, then Lewiston, Idaho Yard. Okay, all right. We'll call that Yardley. We'll learn to live with it. So what's next? Oh, next yard is Erie Street. Okay, that works fine. Come around, former West Spokane in the first railroad, then Orofino on the Camas Prairie. Okay, downtown where Wilbur Ellis and Jensen Bird and all the local industries were located. Perfect. Oh, well, where's the Latah Creek Bridge? Well, we can't do the bridge, but we can do a cutoff to head up to the upper level, which could be Marshall Creek Canyon, goes up to the second level. So I said, okay, let's try it. Because one of the challenges is there was an 18-inch radius curve in here where the main line had all been 22 on all of the prior railroads. And lo and behold, ran a test train up and down the hill using modern power and modern equipment. And lo and behold, it seemed to work fine. Well, 2022 comes along. Boom. I'm sitting, I do my best design work at 3 a.m. I wake up literally out of a dead sleep, and I'm thinking, wait a minute. Now let's make Yardley staging. Because in effect, it is staging on the prototype. And then model the string of pearls around the city. So immediately start doing all sorts of sketches and stuff. And so here's a real quick schematic of what we've got. Yardley goes from Havana Street, Fancher Road, overpass, which is actually a mile down the road from Havana Street, but that's okay. This is a model. This is the end of staging 6 tracks of what would be Yardley, just goes around the outside. So train crew picks up its train at the Fancher Road overpass end if they're going west. They come out of the yard after any work has been done. They pass Napa Street here on the bottom, go around past Erie Street Yard, unless you happen to be a regional train where you may be making a pickup of a block of cars that are coming out of the city yard there at Erie Street, past Amtrak. We're going to do Latah Creek Bridge as a photo mural, half of it below the tracks, half of it behind, creating the view block for staging, which will be open to the top so that when the disaster, not if, when the disaster occurs on the staging tracks, you can get at it. Unlike way back in the Idaho-Montana Railway and Navigation days, when I had a major derailment in Hinkle Yard, which literally had 3 1/4 inches of vertical space available. It was perfect for getting the trains in, but if things went on the ground, they didn't take out just what went on the ground. It took out everything on the 2 adjoining tracks, which took out, 5 tracks. You eventually had to fish everything out 1 track at a time. No, so everything's open for our staging end of the railroad. All right, now we're getting serious. Finally got the inspiration going. I'm starting to lay out track on the new foam. We've ripped up big pieces of the railroad. We're starting to lay out the entire pieces of the railroad. And as we're just passing the end of the year, new foam is going down to create the contours for the climb up the Marshall Creek Canyon. And you carve and you do things. As recently as the 29th of last month, I hung the photo mural from the Camas Prairie And lo and behold, Spokane looks an awful lot like the Camas Prairie because the elevations are very, very similar. And the latitude's almost exactly right. So we're ready for texture. And if you'd roll the video for us, please. This is a minute and a half. It's a fast way of illustrating. You can do a heck of a lot of fast texturing using latex paint, 4:1 wetted white glue. Gives you all of the pieces of the process. This is back Idaho, Montana Railway and Navigation days. So do all of the hard stuff in the space, then bring the elements into the garage, and you just start going. You paint, keep it wet, use lots of wetted white glue, which in my case is regular Elmer's glue, 4:1 with water to glue, and a couple of drops of regular isopropyl alcohol just as a wetting agent, and just keep it wet and keep putting stuff on, and you just keep adding texture and adding texture and adding texture. In my case, that peninsula is going to take a ton of conifer trees, and I haven't figured out how that's going to work. I have 200 of them, probably 220 of them, but I've got 15 feet of hillside that I've got to get trees onto. So it's going to be a sparsely populated tree-lined forest until I come up with something else. Climate change, there we go. So what do you think? Will 47 and a half years from 76 to 2023, will it be worth it? I don't know. We'll see. It's probably going to end up about like the situation that I had with my mom is at some point I'll get a wild hair and it'll be something else. But at least for now, it looks really, really exciting. So thank you very much. An opportunity for questions, comments, other thoughts. Yes, sir.
When you were working in the garage doing the scenery, you had two blobs there. Were those two decks, or did you go back to a two peninsula design?
The one in the garage had just the single peninsula, and it had relatively little scenery on it because it was the yard area, so it was just minimal texture.
I think okay. So you were just showing pictures. The video was doing scenery on the current layout, right?
No, that was the Idaho Montana Railway and Navigation. That was the upper deck. We ran the railroad with only a smidgen of the upper deck temporarily connected to east staging, and what you were seeing in the video was the remainder of the upper deck that had never been installed until the very last.
Okay.
So yes. Tell you what, let me see if I can go back real quick. All right. So what we did initially was we constructed everything that was on the bottom level, and the first part that we ran on a fairly serious basis, and that was it started construction literally at the end of 2004, and by 2006, I think, we'd gotten as far as here. So the staging, which is actually sat under this area, the railroad came out and around it to the yard. We put a temporary staging yard right in here.
My confusion was that because you were showing scenery technique at the end, that was the work on the newest railroad.
No, that's the scenic
That's-
concept that's going to be applied
Okay.
to the current railroad.
Okay. Sorry.
Jim?
I'd like to shed some light on that Newark situation.
Yes, sir.
I'm pretty sure it was a 60-passenger bus, and they told half of us we couldn't go in. And you had to practically beg people to run trains. I accepted on the third offer, and I made some stupid comment like I can be the conductor because they don't do anything. And everybody started laughing at me, and nobody wanted to operate with me. Thank you, Dave. You made this T-shirt true.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. You better show that for the camera so that folks can do it. Yes, sir.
What are you using for your DCC?
It's Digitrax. It's served me well thus far. Yeah, it's got a lot of quirks to it. I am terrible at the back office part of DCC, so I have a couple of my rail fan community that deal with the nuts and bolts of the DCC. But it's served me reasonably well. This railroad had 4 wires to it. 4 feeders ran the entire railroad. And, we had 6 staging tracks east and 5 staging tracks west, and never had a problem. We do run 2 boosters. The upper level was on one booster, lower levels on the second booster. But even with 11 trains staged, plus switchers and locals that were wandering all over the place, never had a problem so far. We'll see. Other questions?
We have time for one last question, and then we're going to move on to our next clinician. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So why didn't you ever incorporate the closet space?
The closet space. I've beat on myself a few times, but it actually has turned out to serve me very well. This closet space is literally floor to ceiling, initially with magazines, then with videotapes and CDs, and it's the library, quite literally. It was an opportunity at one time. It's actually served as well as storage, although there is storage under the entire rest of the railroad for stuff that's mine. Some of it's ours. I thank you very much. Appreciate it. Hope you enjoyed it.
Thank you very much, Dave. All right, we're going to shift back to the virtual presentation world. I did want to take a moment and say hello to all of our virtual attendees. We're glad to have you here. Glad to see that you guys are and women are speaking up and throwing questions in. And I hope that the chat is active. Can you give us any feedback on that, Sid?
Lots of chat going on. We're having a good time talking to each other.
Okay.
And
great.
sometimes on topic.
What do they say about donuts? But all right. Our next presentation. Oh, well, thank you very much for the timetable. Our next presentation comes from David Parks, and big thanks to him. He's helped organize this conference for many, many years. Anybody who's going to be operating on a model railroad this weekend has interfaced with him one way or the other. He's noted in the model railroad building side of things for his spectacular B&O and Western Maryland Cumberland West layout. He has starting to embark on a slightly different tact in terms of developing operations. and he's going to tell you a little bit about that in his clinic on talking about automating trains. Let me give you a brief introduction to him. He's a retired electrical engineer, and he's been a model railroader his entire life. He says he's been an electrical engineer his entire life, so he was a very precocious child. As a toddler, his first model train and track were cardboard, which was a material of choice during World War II. That'll give you an idea of how old he is. As a teenager, he was a warranty repairman for Lionel and supported a handful of public layouts with rudimentary automation techniques using relays. So he comes by his clinic honestly. The focus of the Cumberland West is operations, and he's working on mixing live crew jobs with autonomous trains. So I turn this over to our audiovisual team to cue this up and lead us on. Thank you.
Today, I will introduce you to automatic train operations on the Cumberland West Model Railroad. Your first reaction might be, why do this? The reason is essentially the same reason why we want to hold operating sessions at all. The goal of most operating sessions is to demonstrate a model railroad as if it were a real railroad and a part of a transportation system. Crew members enjoy participating in an op session as if they were performing a job on a real railroad. The layout is the stage and the crew is the actors.
Viaduct, clear first 97, extra 192 west. Route him Evetts Yard west switch to West Main. Continue clear viaduct to Narrows. Clear number 22 to Virginia Avenue.
Model railroad clubs and museums have a unique problem. These organizations often are perceived to occupy valuable real estate, and it is. Many, if not most of these organizations do not own the venue in which the layout resides. Paying market rate rent is often not possible for a model railroad club. Even benevolent landlords are pressured to take the layout space and make it of more benefit to the visiting public. One of the problems is that these public visitors often do not mix well with operating sessions. The result is that most clubs and museums hold open houses in which the trains just run continuously, but without the type of interaction and pageantry that we would like to have. Venues like schools, parks, municipalities, larger museums, and other organizations have existing public responsibilities. Nationally, in the last decade, about 20 to 25% of model railroad clubs and museums have lost their venue. The predominant issue is better stewardship of space. One example of responding to this requirement is the Colorado Model Railroad Museum in Greeley, Colorado. Their plan blends automated and docent-driven trains for the enjoyment of the museum visitors. Running trains on a large layout continuously open to the public is a daunting process. Running the trains imitating a prototype operation is even more difficult. The magic ingredient is software. There are more than a dozen comprehensive software programs designed for automated train running. Some of these alternatives are the Train Controller, Train Brain, Model Railroad Automation, iTrain, Randall Train Automation, Rockrail, and of course the JMRI alternatives, Dispatcher and Warrants. There are also several others. Some of the programs can operate on very elementary computers such as an Arduino or Raspberry Pi, which are really just computers on a card. The free open source or collaborative systems often have more power, and they're sometimes linked to other automation capabilities. This is certainly true of the JMRI options. On the other hand, the commercial products such as Train Controller are often much more stable and are subjected to more focused internal management. Some of these software systems tightly couple the train to a layout display, while in others, the layout display is partially or completely independent of the automated train control. Most of us are already familiar with JMRI, which has two automated train options, dispatcher and warrants. Automated trains require definitions. Most train automation systems have three elements that need to be defined. The first three, trains, location, and routes, are essential. Schedule support for multiple trains is an optional feature, but not found in all the systems. This presentation is limited to the JMRI warrant system. This is the software my layout currently uses, and I am also most familiar with. This software records or generates a train command file called the warrant. The warrant, when played back, executes a series of DCC commands that drive the train over the prescribed route. In its basic form, the train is defined by assigning the DCC ID. In JMRI, this can be as simple as referencing your existing decoder roster. The roster already contains the information necessary to control the train using the DCC system. Location is a block, a track element, or a group of track elements with an occupancy sensor. We need to know when a block is occupied with the train. The block can be multiple tracks and turnouts, such as an interlocking plant, but with a single sensor. Only one train may occupy a block at one time. Warrant terminology calls them occupancy blocks. Next, we add a sensor name and the length of the block. The block length assists the JMRI warrant in computing the necessary speed profile over the route. Speed changes respond to block speeds, signal indications, and route occupancy intrusions by other trains. There can be multiple pathways we need to specify the connecting blocks. In warrants, the block connections are called portals. Finally, we must specify the allowed pathways that transit the block using these portals. Warrants calls these mini routes paths. Each of the software systems has a variety of terminology for the same concept. This makes it difficult to work with multiple systems at the same time. At present, there are no terminology standards. Now that we have our blocks, portals, and paths defined, there is one more element. If we allow the warrant to establish the route by throwing turnouts, the turnouts must be associated with the path. However, it is not always desirable to have the warrant throw the turnouts too far in advance of the train. Another train down the line might need to use the same turnout. If a train has multiple optional routes, the routes must be changed during execution. The warrant is terminated and a new warrant started that contains the new alternate route segments. Now that we have specified the beginning and end of the automated train's run, we need to connect the blocks together to form the train's route. One way of doing this is to record an actual train crew running the train. The system will assemble the script, which will allow us to repeatedly run this exact same route. The system records our crew-driven DCC commands, controlling lights, sounds, or other activity. As the train passes into each new block, the transit time and passage between blocks are chained together to form the train route. The warrant can then be displayed as a series of actions and modified as required. The warrant system allows user modifications to the speed and function commands. In addition to DCC commands to the train, the warrant can input and output sensors to communicate with external logic. Each warrant line has a timestamp to control when something happens. The timestamps are offsets from the time of entering a block. If an automated train arrives earlier or later than the original recording, its functions and speed actions are resynchronized to the actual location. The more blocks you have defined, the better the correction of the actual train location and the real-time performance. The running performance of the automated train is further modified by the presence of an occupied block further down in its routes, or signal indications. If the layout has signals, this is another way of communicating to the train that it should stop or modify its speed. Signals can be virtual and used only to communicate with the auto-running train. No real signal has to exist. Signal logic that you have defined elsewhere in your JMRI layout definition is not automatically carried forward into your automatic trains. The signals which you wish to be a part of the warrant control system must be added to the table of signals in the block or O-block definitions. Layout block boundaries generally conform to the pattern of the prototype. Rail gaps and related occupancy sensors determine the block boundaries. We often need a precise location for stopping. The stopping blocks are typically 15 inches long. This allows for a more precise location of the train as it approaches the end of a block. Infrared sensors are another option for establishing a precise point for emergency stopping. The fourth optional train automation element, schedule, supports several automated trains running in a predefined sequence. JMRI does not have a built-in schedule definition. Therefore, we have implemented train scheduling using JMRI's extensive logic capabilities. When I refer to JMRI logic, I use this term in its generality. JMRI logic's support includes some subsystems such as logic, Logix NG, L-roots, sensor groups, multisensor, and other logic-related features. In JMRI, there are usually several different options for adding the same logical function. Confusing, I'll admit, but extremely powerful and versatile. To create a warrant, we must first establish a route. As a minimum, we need to specify the warrant's beginning and ending blocks. These block names can be filled in by typing or by clicking on the blocks of a layout diagram. Additional blocks can be specified that either must be included or must be avoided in transit. The directional and path characteristics of the beginning and ending blocks are displayed. If there are multiple options, we need to specify the desired block transitions. This process generates one or more optional warrants which meet the selected routing criteria. After selecting the desired route, it can be either run or displayed. The selected warrant can be allocated to show the selected route on the layout plan. If the route is as desired, the warrant can be saved. If the block paths we defined have turnouts listed, these turnouts will be thrown when the warrant determines that doing so will not interfere with another train. All the various automated train systems have some variation of what has just been discussed. One of the things we have discovered is that human crew running a train to create a warrant make many small unnoticed mistakes. The warrant then records these mistakes. An automated train running the warrant may react to the unintended mistake and proceed on faulty information. As expected, it is easier to run with only automated trains than mixing automated trains with crew-served jobs. A user-created Excel file contains all the warrants that a train is likely to need. The restrictions or crew options required by each warrant are also in this external file. A matrix of automation illustrates the various levels of complexity when crew and automation jobs are mixed. Each level of automation introduces new complexities. The first level is automated train hostling. We have used automated train hostling on my layout for more than a decade. A single staging area with 2 levels has a maximum capacity of 70 trains. These trains can be directed to arrive at the visible layout on one of 4 different locations on the B&O, and 3 more if the Western Maryland Railroad is also operating. Originally, the stage management function was performed by a stage manager crew position. There are many opportunities to make an error. Even experienced stage managers make mistakes in routing trains, and the train would often appear at the wrong portal on the visible railroad. Frequent errors occurred even with the assistance of route-selected turnouts and throat crossovers. Today on the Cumberland West Railroad, automatic train hostling uses JMRI warrants for bringing trains from staging storage to the visible layout. Once on the visible layout, the train is controlled without any further automation. Human crews fill all the layout functions. When automated hostling, the level of errors drops to almost 0 and trains appear when and where they're supposed to. The next level of automation is automated road trains. These trains go from place to place on visible layout under automatic control. The only crew position is the train manager who supervises the automated warrants, and there is no human crew on the layout. The train manager may start the trains guided by a schedule or automatically using a table of trains. The trains may interact with each other, but not with the crew. These train-to-train interactions are primarily competing for shared resources at junctions or yards. Additional complexity is added if we add human crew for 1 or more yard jobs. This process is more complex because yard switching can require the train engine to be moved and yard engines to randomly occupy the train block. The original warrant is terminated while the switching is active. When the yard switching is complete, a clearance must be issued. The train now enters the main line and continues to the next stop. We need to be able to dynamically specify that a yard is crewed. The B&O yard automation panel allows each of these 3 B&O yards to be crew-served or automated. If there is a yard crew, clearances are requested using the toggles. The train manager, dispatcher, or automated system can then grant the clearance requests, which allow the trains to re-enter the main line and proceed on its journey. Eventually, we would like to use an automated voice recognition system for requesting and granting clearances. If a train originates at a crewed yard, the train manager or dispatcher must clear the train. If the yard is unmanned and nothing has changed, We know the train ID and location already. Auto running can proceed using the schedule and other characteristics of that train. Adding a yard crew allows more realism, but adds complexity. Crews don't always do what we expected. The next level of automation allows crewed trains intermixed with automated trains on the main line. The train table panel can alter the status of any train. Crewed trains make mistakes. If a crewed train intrudes on an automated train by encroaching on an adjacent block, there's no way for the auto train to know it is not itself entering that adjacent block without the assistance of Railcom or other positive ID capability. JMRI logic can tell us what train occupies a block if it is under the control of warrants. An external Excel formatted table contains a list of critical decision locations for each route. This table lists what immense resources will be required that might also be needed by another train. This feature is especially important where there is a mainline junction or complex interlocking. We will shortly see an example of how shared resources are managed in the auto train clearance subsystem. We do not currently allow automated load trains with in-route switching. We have tried several automated train HO couplers, but they have not been reliable enough for unintended operations. Automated couplers for automated trains must be both mechanically reliable and have electrical characteristics compatible with your choice of DCC decoders. Limiting uncoupling to the static locations of fixed uncoupling ramps has not proved to have sufficient flexibility for general use with automated train switching. The final and most complex auto train crew scenario is the tower operator. The problem is that by its very nature, a tower operator has control over all permitted routing. Sending an automated train in the wrong direction can be outside the options for that train. A special recovery warrant must be constructed or the train driven manually to suitable locations within its route. Of course, we can write logic that prevents tower-operated errors. That's called automated tower. And the operator becomes just a cardboard stand-in. The same issue applies to the dispatcher using a CTC panel. One thing we discovered that when we started running automated trains every day, crews, especially tower operators and CTC dispatchers, make a lot of unseen mistakes. Auto trains are not forgiving. In addition to the yard clearance panel, there are a number of other panels that assist in the management of an automated train schedule. The train list panel shows all the trains that are available, and it is filled from the external Excel file defined by the user. The train status options are ready, meaning it will run on the schedule. Standby, it is at a yard or otherwise waiting for a new warrant or crew. Running, it will run autonomously. It is doing so now. Complete, the run has run autonomously and it's over. And cancel, this takes the train out of the schedule and causes it not to run. Overriding the train status options, a train can be designated to run immediately, disregarding the timetable. The train list panel allows the real-time changing of the train status, such as from ready to run immediate or cancel. In the run immediate option, the train disregards the timetable criteria and the train launches in automatic mode. Any changes to the train running schedule also change the manner in which trains may interact and share layout resources. Therefore, the system of shared resources has to be dynamic and take real-time schedule changes into account. The master control panel configures the various workstations' layout responsibility. Any layout computer can be configured to perform any of the tasks from towers, dispatcher, commodities manager, or any other positions. This panel allows JMRI to perform any train control or crew job function on any computer. In its basic form, most auto-train systems go from place to place, throwing turnouts as required to establish or maintain the route. The system I'm describing can handle more complicated circumstances. Here are a few complex auto-train examples. In the Cumberland area, the B&O Railroad route is determined by tower-controlled interlocking plants. If the tower is crewed, the train's route is determined by dispatcher order to the tower operators. On the Cumberland West layout, all interlocking logic is computer resident. Therefore, the logic of an unmanned tower needs to know what trains are arriving and their required route. Signals must be set to protect the train traveling through the interlocking. Our first example is Grafton Coal 1, a coal drag coming over the mountains from the mines. A warrant takes the train from staging to Terra Alta as it enters the visible layout. In our demonstration, there is no assigned crew, so the train proceeds to Kaiser Yard and stops on the eastbound arrival track. Here, the yard crew will reconfigure the train for its relatively low-grade trip to the East Coast. During its automated journey, it travels a 20-track complex staging throat and 5 different interlocking plants. Each of these interlockings require the train to request the reservation of a shared resource in order to proceed. Resource requests can be added to the warrant or automatically inferred from the train's route and progress. When the coal train is ready, Kaiser Yard requests a clearance through the McKenzie interlocking for the train to re-enter the main line and proceed east. If the resources are available, the dispatcher, whether automated or crewed, then would grant a clearance to the train so that it can resume its journey with a new warrant. In this example, the clearance is not granted because another train already controls the necessary resources. While the eastbound coal train is busy at Kaiser, an empty hopper train, BRH-1, arrives from Brunswick staging over the Patterson cutoff into the visible layout at McKenzie. It continues to the Kaiser westbound arrival track to be reconfigured for its trip to the mountains. Both the coal and hopper trains reserved resources during their trips. These reservations were displayed on the Tower Auto Train status panel. A yellow light indicates a request, a green light, a clearance. The class or priority of a train can determine how far in advance the clearance is granted. Once a clearance is granted, the route turnouts are thrown and the signal set. Each tower interlocking panel shows the current resource requests. While the yard crew works the coal and hopper trains, BO-24, the eastbound West Virginian passenger train, comes onto the layout and makes its first stop at Terra Alta Station. After a further stop at Oakland, it runs down 17-mile grade and stops at Kaiser Station. As a first-class train, its warrant captured all the resources necessary to reach Kaiser. BO-24 approaches the Kaiser Station and requests an immediate clearance to proceed eastward after its stop. The eastbound coal train is subordinate to BO 24. Its request to depart Kaiser Yard and occupy McKinsey is denied. Today, BO 24 faces no conflicts and it departs. Once it clears the McKinsey interlocking, the tower automatically clears the eastbound coal train through the interlocking to staging. Let's now look at two trains requiring the same interlocking element at Viaduct Tower. The eastbound RDC Speedliner has traveled from staging to Heinemann. Just before entering the layout, the train requests a route from the Pittsburgh Division's eastbound main through the viaduct interlocking to the middle station track at Cumberland. It won't request further clearance until completing its station stop. At the same time, BO 94, the eastbound Baltimore time saver, is speeding toward the viaduct interlocking and requests a clearance to the eastbound main at Cumberland before heading to Evetts Yard. The automatic tower refuses this request and drops a red signal to stop the train at Viaduct. After the Speedliner has safely cleared the interlocking, Viaduct Tower issues a clearance to the time saver. In turn, it asks for clearance through the next interlocking at Virginia Street so it can enter the Evetts Yard. Because the yard entrance is occupied, BO 94 is stopped at Virginia Street interlocking, with its last few cars still in the viaduct interlocking. BO 99, the Pacific time saver, occupying the Evetts Yard arrival and departure track, is ready to depart now. While the Speedliner is stopped at Cumberland Station, BO 99 requests a clearance to Viaduct Junction on its way west towards Pittsburgh and Chicago. Virginia Street Tower routes BO 99 west on the Cumberland Freight bypass track towards Viaduct, avoiding the station tracks. However, the last cars of the Baltimore time saver still occupy the Viaduct interlocking. Simultaneously, BO 34 departs Cumberland on the eastbound track. BO 99 is stopped at the dwarf signal at the west end of the bypass. Now that BO 99 has left the west end of Evetts Yard, the Virginia Street Tower automatically clears BO 94 to the yard. As BO 94's last cars leave the viaduct interlocking, BO 99 is now cleared to proceed through Viaduct to Pittsburgh. This series of train movements is choreographed by JMRI warrants in our automated routing controls. While these train movements are going on, trains in serial staging are asynchronously repositioned to fill vacant storage locations. If a train is waiting at a portal for a crew and the crew does not show up, the train can be told to proceed to the next stop using a new warrant. This new warrant could have an alternate routing. The Cumberland West layout also contains a Western Maryland Railroad. It has only one tower at MY Junction. It is a single track and uses timetable and train order for operational control. If an alternate track is required for a meet, the train is stopped and a new warrant containing the new route is issued. This system is still in development. We are preparing a package of instructions and JMRI logic samples to enable any model railroad to be enjoyed both as an automated transportation system and with public participation. Pageant running increases the value of the layout to both the serious model railroader and the tourist public.
Thank you very much, David. Hi, how are you? Okay. Well, David, it will be momentarily available to handle your questions. And there's Leo. We do not appear to be muted. David, if you can hear us, give us a thumbs up. No, that is not a thumbs up.
There you go. Okay. Yeah. Somebody get him on the phone. Old school. Go right along.
I am so sorry. I hadn't expected this. Let's see.
Cell phone number, just call them and do it analog.
All right, hold on. This is important.
Not for those online. It's not. Lunch. So here's where we're going to work it. The lunches all have your names on them. And to avoid a mass confusion at the yard throat, you're going to meet just this side of the room where I was taking your names and giving your badges. Tell one of us your last name. We will go grab your lunch and hand it to you. Since the lunches were ordered, the caterer made a few changes. Yeah, surprise, surprise. We do have a few spare lunches for people who didn't show. So if when you get your lunch, you go, I can't eat that. That's not what I ordered. There's an opportunity possibly to exchange it. Most of them are what was originally ordered, but there are going to be a few that are similar, but not exactly the same. So give me a moment to get back there, and then when you're ready, you can send them back.
Take your time. Oh, wow. Yeah. Well, are we optimistic that we'll get Dave to do this? Hold on. Okay, here's how we're going to deal with this right now. We're going to do the relay, so we can try hand signals or just whatever. If you have any questions for David, please let me know. You can hear me. Okay. No. Okay. Okay. Go ahead. Okay. Do we have any questions? Okay. If you were to put a system like, so question for me, were you to put a system like this together without having all in place, all the infrastructure that you do, because you already had a logic system, you already had signals and everything, what would be the setup requirements, and how hard or easy would that be to start from scratch, in your opinion?
So really the important thing is to have detection and have a lot of blocks, because the more blocks you have, the finer grain the control is. And obviously you want to be smart about that around interlockings, but that's really the key issue.
I was interested in watching the process of an automated train, for example, arriving at Kaiser for the crew to work on. How does that handoff go? How does the crew know when they have the train, and then they have to presumably release it back to the automated system after they've done the switching? I'd like to hear how that goes.
So when the train comes up to the portal, the train is stopped, and then they can grab it with their throttle and just take it away. And what's the release procedure? So when the train comes to the end of its warrant, it stops, and at that point it's available for you. So it stops, you can take it, you stop, it can take it. Okay, so you can have a local panel that it is essentially requesting a clearance and giving the train back to a warrant, which will now take it away. So the panel can be configured to handle a number of conditions where you might be giving it back to different routes, or you might actually hand it over to somebody else. Anything else? Go ahead. Question, Sid.
Yes, we would like to know, do you have detection in all cars or just selected cars?
Okay, all cars need to be detected, preferably the outboard axle on each truck. Yeah. David points out that I actually installed most of those. No wonder it doesn't work. No, sorry about that. It actually works very well. And my personal experience as dispatcher has been the automated trains, you can always tell because they actually go where you tell them to. Sid has another question from the chat.
Yes, Chuck wants to know, does the logic know to stop a train leaving Evetts Yard if a passenger train in Cumberland will soon, but not yet, be departing, in order to prevent the passenger train from being forced to depart later than its schedule?
So each train has a list of places where it's going to ask for a new warrant. And depending on the priority of the train and the timing of when they arrive, the program will, make the appropriate decision of which train to send out first. Okay, so the warrant is kind of the master list of where the train wants to go, and then at each stage where a decision is made, a clearance may be granted, and the program can resolve priorities and timing on that. Good. Cliff, do we have any other questions? Any more from the chat? Oh, okay. Yeah. David wants to know where his lunch is. Okay, well, thank you, David. That's really an amazing presentation. Thank you guys for, a tremendous job. I have to tell you that at 6:42 this morning, as I was preparing to leave my house, David and Leo showed up with the magic memory stick in hand. So again, thanks for a heroic effort and a great presentation. Okay, I'll let you go.
Okay, we're on lunch break until 1:30, and we'll get started with Rob Leachman after that.
My name is Jack Burgess. I modeled Yosemite Valley Railroad. In a previous video, I talked about design elements for multi-deck layouts, which I have. In this one, I want to talk about design elements for a single deck layout that might help you if you're planning on building a layout someday, or maybe even making some changes on your own layout. I'm going to start with what I think is probably the biggest design choice, and that is the height of the layout. My layout, this section right here, is 46 inches off the floor, and it works out really well for me. I'm just under 6 feet tall. If you're shorter, you might want something a little bit lower. I think what I did initially a long time ago, maybe 30 years ago, I actually had a little switching layout, and I brought it into this space and put it on some boards and got it up, and that's how I decided how high my layout should be. This one works well because you can see what's going on and you're not too high, not too low. I would not want anything lower because now you're looking down at things. The most realistic view that you can have of a layout is if your head was actually right here. And now you were seeing it just as you would if it was a real railroad. The other thing you need to keep in mind is how far or how wide the layout is. This section right here from the armrest to the backdrop is about 4 feet. I cannot reach that. I can't reach to take care of anything. Here, I cannot reach these cars to switch them. These cars, and that doesn't make any difference to me because these cars are on display. I never run them. Same thing with these cars. But here, the track is close enough so I can use my uncoupling and so forth, and I can see what I'm doing and so forth. So that's some things you need to kind of think about in how far back the tracks are. Another thing I want to point out is you don't need to have your layout space even all the way through. You'll see here, there's a little angle. This is pulled out from this section because I wanted to be able to model this station full size. Here, there was nothing, and so there's no reason to have the layout extend out to here because there was nothing there. So this lets you get a little closer when you're doing switching and so forth and throwing switches. The armrests, I love them. I've got 3 of them. There's one here, and there's another one. I do not allow anybody to put switch lists or throttles or anything on the layout. The layout was not designed to put up with things that are heavy. I have scale size switch stands, for example. And so this makes it real easy to, if you're thinking about what you want to do here, to be able to rest your arms or put your paper here, whatever you need to do, and not put it on the layout. The other major switching location is El Portel, and there's an armrest there also. Now, another thing that I did, I could have moved this in, but I did it a lot on this other side, is this section of the layout is cantilevered from the legs. What that gives you is a lot more space, not that you need it, but it makes the whole thing seem much more open. And I don't have a lot of space in here. This is wide enough for two people to pass. But by having the armrests, one is it gets people out of the way. And this also gives me a place where if I have 2 or 3 visitors to see the layout, we can stand around here and answer questions and so forth. So I really like having this in and not be right there where your feet are kicking on it. So we're now around the corner from the previous portion of the layout. This section is 13 inches deep. The track is about as close as I would want to have it to this. You could accidentally knock a train off with an elbow, but remember this is a double deck layout, and if I move the track any further in, you're not going to be able to see it because it's your view is hidden by the second deck. But this does work. It's wide enough to have some scenery. There was a little farm here. I built the buildings for that, for example. But basically, this is a way to get from the major area around to the next area. So it doesn't have to be 4 feet wide or anything else. There's absolutely no value of making it any wider.
1, 2, 3, 4.
One other thing you might want to think about is how far your track is from the edge of your layout and the possibility of having a derailment and something falls on the floor. So that could be a factor that you might want to keep in mind is maybe take this track, move it back a couple inches so that if something fell over, you're okay. So now we're around the corner from the last section of the layout.
Can you hear me?
One thing I want to mention is that track looked
Test
like
1,
it was
2, 3, 4.
level,
Test.
and it is not.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4.
It drops down a little bit.
Are you hearing me?
And drops down even more, drops down a full inch or two around the corner here, and then it climbs up again. And I think it just adds a little more interest. If you have flat track, it looks like it's on a piece of plywood.
Test 1, 2,
where this
3,
is
4.
actually
You hear me, John?
on a section of
John,
plywood,
do you hear me?
but it has some very, very gentle grades. Now, that section that we've just saw was out in the San
Testing 1,
Joaquin
2, 3,
Valley,
4.
which is
John, do you
flat,
hear me? Hello.
more or less
Testing
flat.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Everything has drainage.
John, do you
Water
hear
has to
me
go
out
somewhere.
there?
But
Give
now
me
we're
a
up in the
thumbs up
foothills.
if you hear me.
And to make that more obvious, I actually
up if you hear
raised
me.
the fascia
Okay, good,
here,
okay.
and there's a cut
Now
here.
let me
Now,
see
this
if
is a
I
passing
can hear
track.
you.
This is the main line. But you can still
hang
see
on.
what you need to see to do switching and so forth. So this kind of lets the viewer realize that now they're starting to climb up into the foothills that are leading up to El Portal
Test 1, 2,
and
3,
Yosemite
4.
National
Go ahead
Park.
and talk at me. Pull out so I can see your
Here
face.
we're continuing on. The fascia drops down
Test 1, 2,
just
3,
above the
4.
river. If I had it
Test
here,
1, 2, 3, 4.
I think it wouldn't look as good because it would look like
No, I'm not
the
hearing
water's
you.
going to flow
Hang
into
on a
here.
minute.
So this kind of hides it. And then another curve, no square corners. Everything is just flowing and continues on. And this gets you into Merced Falls. Again, the fascia is curved and the width of the layout here varies. This is about 3 feet wide. Up here it's a couple feet wide. That gave me room for this massive structure, and this is only a fourth the size of the prototype, but it gives you an idea of how big that structure was. But all the track is within 14 inches or so. So when someone's switching, it's very easy to see what they're doing, uncouple cars and so forth. Now we're at El Portal. This is the end of the line. The main line is climbed 18 inches from Merced to this point. That's about a 240-foot mainline run because of the double decks. But right here, we're only 53 inches off the floor because the floor is a 6-inch high raised floor. So this is higher off the floor than at Merced, but I like the idea because we are supposed to be higher in elevation, and so we are closer to the track. So it seems appropriate that now you're up in the mountains and the track is higher off the floor. So it works. This curve right here, let me include this building, which was an important shipping building. It blocks view of the track, but operators can go around the edge here and do everything they need to do. So
Test 1, 2, 3, 4.
again,
Test 1, 2,
this
3, 4.
flows
Good.
in so that the main line and the switching areas are closer to the operator than they would be if the front fascia was way out here. So it all works out really well. One thing you might want to keep in mind, that something that worked out really well for me, is I only have one major switching yard on a wall. So you might start on one wall and then go around to the next wall for another one, and next so forth. So you have a lot of room between yards. I only run a 7-car train, and but if I was running 20 cars to 30 cars, you would have that situation where the caboose is in one town and the engine is the next town. So even when someone is switching one location and the next one is over here, the train actually leaves and takes a little bit of time, and then it shows up in the next one. So that's something to keep in mind when you
Test
can. and
2,
you have that
3.
space.
Test 4,
Before I
6.
started this layout, when I was actually
Okay, it sounds
designing
like I
it,
can hear you now. Where are
I
you?
had gone to the
7,
California
2.
State
Back
Archivist
in here.
and was able to purchase
Let me see what's going
copies of the
Test,
actual
test.
plans drawn by the railroad for the entire railroad. And so I did not invent yards. I knew where sidings were. In the most part, I was able to put the siding on the correct side of the main line. This particular one, I had a 1925 plan for the yard because it was changed several times. What I did is I took it, I rescaled it so it was the same scale as my drawings for the layout, cut out pieces of the prototype drawing, and put them together. And so this is about 70% the length of the real prototype.
Oh, there we are.
I just took out
Trains
some
are
straight track
cool.
here,
Trains are
probably a couple
fun.
feet here,
Trains
a few
are
feet
great
there,
for
and just skinnied everything
everyone.
down. But it has every single switch, every single siding, every passing track. So it is still, for operators, this is the most difficult job, is to build your train in this yard, because you need to build your train, back the train out, caboose first, turn on the Y, and then head out. The other yard at Merced is much easier because it's more traditional. The locomotive is already turned, you build your train, the caboose is already in the proper location, and so forth. So it makes things more interesting here. I mentioned that I used the original track plans to design this yard. One reason is because I wanted it to be prototype.
If you would
I
like
also
to
knew that
visit
because
the-
it was prototype,
Visit the
it would
layouts here at
work.
the museum.
If
Feel
you
free
invent
to
your own yards,
go up
it
the
would be very
stairs.
easy to later realize I should have had a different switch, or it should have been a different location. It works just so very well. If you're not modeling a real prototype, what I would do is go to Google Earth, find some yards that are similar to what you want. If you're modeling the Midwest, look at how they had the yards around buildings in very small towns and so forth, and then take that. Once I built the track, I have never moved a single piece of track. Everything works because it's based on the prototype. They did not build switching problems. They solved switching problems. That's an important thing. Also want to talk about duck unders. I have a duck under. I wish I didn't, but you're in a small space here, a 20 by 20 garage, and to take advantage of the room, this is the only solution I can figure out. I made it as high as possible. This is 52 inches off the floor. There is a track under here. I made it as narrow as possible. It's only maybe 10 inches wide. I have a grab iron, and it is a YV grab iron, right here to help people get under. I have had people that had to get down on the floor and crawl on their knees. Like I say, I wish I didn't have to have it. When I was building my layout, this was all removable, and the bridge wasn't there. And so this was all sitting over here on the floor, so I could get in and with tools and do all that kind of stuff. There aren't that many solutions to this. I've seen a lot of articles about having drop-down bridges. On my first layout, I had that one over here right on the door. It worked well. except on open houses. You can't be running trains and having people drop down the bridge so they can get in here. Even if you didn't have open houses and you had operating sessions, you would have to make sure that all the operators can be in the same area and no one has to drop a bridge down to follow their train. So I wish I had a solution. If I were to start over, I could probably do 3 sides of the room, but I don't think I get as much track as I have. So for me, it's something I put up with. So now I want to talk about a few very simple ideas, not so much about design, but if you're designing a layout and you say, well, that's not going to work because this is the SP station, SP main line. I could have made the fascia out here wider. I don't think it would have added anything, but the issue I had is this building, if it was full size, would be out to here. Same thing for these 2 buildings. This building would be out to here. You can tell this is only a part of the building. So what I did is I took the fascia and went up and around these and painted this the same color as the fascia. What that does is it makes it look like it's okay, like this building looks okay, but you don't notice it. It's kind of hidden. Okay, this shot is of the Santa Fe crossing. One of the things that you'll notice is a seam back here. When I built the layout, this is one piece of Homosote and this is another, and I just filled it in and painted it, and it was good for a long time, but I'm not sure what I would do now. I think I would at least have a seam that was someplace that wasn't so obvious. Maybe it was hidden behind trees. I hadn't thought about that when I was designing the layout and building it. But I wish I had come up with a better solution. And I don't know what that solution would be, except still using long sheets as much as you can. And when you're going to have a seam, maybe have a piece of plywood back here that you can glue instead of having the wood screw show. Glue it in place and maybe it won't move. But what I wanted to show you on this scene is, and the next shot is, what can you do about situations like this? Trains and tracks are coming in. I wanted to model it because that's exactly what they had, including all the switchwork and so forth. But the track is running right into the backdrop. And it wouldn't be very easy to have a painting on there. That just wouldn't work. So what I did is I just put a car on a grade crossing right there. And I think it's enough that it blocks your view and you go on. You don't sit there and think about it that much. Let me show you another example of the same idea. Another example of trying to block a view. Here we have a major road crossing the tracks and running right into the backdrop. So for this one, I just took a truck, made it look like it was coming out of this building, and it blocks the view. And I think it's, again, one of those things you kind of glance at it, you don't think about it, and you go on rather than sit there and wonder, where's the road going? So that does it for this episode. I hope that if you have a layout you want to design or build a new layout or change things on your own layout, I've given you some ideas that you can think about that might make that effort more successful. See you next time.
All right. Hey, we're here live. And since we're here, and since this building houses not one, not two, but 3 layouts, I want to show you what they are. First, I'm going to do myself a sound check. Yes, it's working. Very good. So I'm going to take you into their layout room as soon as I make myself big. And I thought this might be kind of a fun thing to do. Okay. Let's remove that one. All right. It's going to be the most impromptu and unusual layout tour you'll ever see. I've been here before, and we've talked about doing a layout tour or 3 at this place. And let me just show you, because it's pretty impressive. I'm going to see if I can turn my camera around here. I'm sure there must be a way to do it, but I'm just not seeing it. So why don't we just do this? Camera settings. We're going to go to the back camera. All right. Going back, and here you go.
So on and so forth. You know, and it's
All right.
well
Sorry,
well
excuse me.
documented.
We're going to try this again. So you going in? Go ahead. Thank you. All right. We're going to try this again, but since I don't apparently know how to use my phone, I'm just going to show you the hard way, which is to just turn it around and look at what I'm in. So this is the Golden State Model Railroad Museum. And right behind me now, you can see this is their N scale layout. And it goes all along here. Unfortunately, we don't have any trains running today, but this will give you an idea of the venue that we're in. It's a rather large layout, and I'll give you another overall view of it from this side. Next, right behind me is the HO layout. And the HO layout goes all the way to that back wall, which is probably 100 feet or more away. So let's go along the layout here and give you an idea of how big it is.
Did you ever hear the story of when federations?
Sorry for the shaky camera work. I wasn't even expecting to do this. This summer. And the layout goes, there's a control tower up there. But there's more. The layout actually wraps around to this back. See, there's the tower we were just looking at from 50 feet away. This is also all part of the HO layout. Here. And it goes all the way into that corner. And then the O scale layout is behind the camera now. the as I was saying, the point here is that we have three massive layouts in this building. And if you're ever in the area, it's very much worth coming to visit this club because there's a lot to look at. And especially if you have kids, it's really good for that. So anyway, I'm going to get back into the other room. I'll find some other bonus content for you to watch until we resume here live. And thanks for watching.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome back to the afternoon session for the PCR SIG meet. Hope everybody's had enough lunch. And by the way, there's still an extra lunch or two if you're really, really hungry. Before we get started with our first speaker of the afternoon, we have a couple of housekeeping items. If you'll note up on the slide, we've got Mark Amfar's email and contact information. So if you did have some questions that we were not able to handle, sorry for everybody on the live in-person attendance. People who were on the chat for the Zoom were able to correspond with him. But if you'd like to contact Mark, that's how you can do it. Phil at home has a few announcements that he'd like to make on behalf of the Coast Division, letting you know about a few things.
Well, first, I'd like Dave to come up and talk about next Saturday. They've set up a visit to the California State Railroad Museum. So let me let Dave talk about it, and then I'll talk about what we're doing from a Bay Area perspective.
Thanks, Phil. You've probably seen emails from me already about what's going on next week at the museum. I'm superintendent of the Sierra Division, and we made an arrangement where anybody that's a member of PCR has free admission that day. So all you need to do is send me an RSVP. My email address is daveandlisa.net, and Lisa is Lisa and is spelled out. So just send me a RSVP by Wednesday and I'll get you on the list, and you can just come in anytime. The museum opens at 10 o'clock, is open till 5. Charlie Getz is going to be there in the afternoon. If I get the,
So actually, if you're a Coast member, if you get the Coast email, the one that came out Friday morning, if you go back and look at your email Friday morning, CoastSup23 is the email address it's from. If you go in there and read through, there's a place to submit it. You can just send it to me instead there, or you can put it online, and I'll give them all to Dave later next week. So if you're a Coast member, just look in the Coast email. It's in there.
Right. Yeah. We've tried to get the word out, but I know probably there's people that don't know about it. So anyway, one other thing, I'm getting the wrap up there. Music's starting. In April, we have the PCR convention in Sacramento, Rails by the River. You can attend virtually or you can attend in person. It's going to be at the Courtyard by Marriott next to Cal Expo. So we have a card over there on the case, and you can take pictures of it, and has a QR code for the website. So hope you can attend.
So for Coast members, this is for the Coast members. We're going to do the same thing we did a year and a half ago when we did it. We're going to catch the 724 train up. And again, this is in the email that you got. And I'll send another email out probably next week on Wednesday or Thursday. But basically, the 724 Amtrak train starts in San Jose, runs all the way up. It's a Capital Corridor train. So it runs all the way up. It hits Martinez, I think, at 9:50 or something like that. And it gets in right about 11 o'clock to Sacramento. So we'll have from 11 to 2. Charlie is going to be doing the tour at 2 o'clock. So from 11 to 2, you'll be at the museum, be able to do whatever you want, go get lunch, etc. The tour is going to be from 2 probably to 3:30, something like that. And then the museum closes at 5. And kind of the suggestion was, if you want to do dinner, there's a 7:55 train. I think it's 7:48, but don't cry. I may be wrong on that. But again, that's in the email about potentially a return train. There's earlier trains. I would say, so it's really the question is, do you want to stay and have dinner up there, or do you want to come home right after the tour at 4 or 5 o'clock? Because there's a train every hour. Maybe.
Sierra Division members, we're going to be meeting in Stanford Gallery. We've got an event going on in the morning and having lunch at the Sacramento Model Railroad Historical Society. And we're going to be over and we're going to have a meeting in the Stanford Gallery, which is in the building, which is right next door to the main entrance to the museum.
So, real quickly, one other thing, what David Gibbons, real quickly, is set up for the 18th to go to the Carquinez Model Railroad Society. They're doing an operating session, so it's basically a observation / participation. So if you have any questions, grab David and ask him for that event. That'll be on the 18th. So anyway, I'll send it back over. Thanks, you guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Phil. Thanks, Dave. So we are about to have the concluding presentation of our clinics. And then after this, we'll have the design challenge. It is my great pleasure to present Rob Leachman. He is a professor of industrial engineering and operations research at the University of California at Berkeley. Dr. Leachman is the author of more than 90 technical publications concerning operations management and transportation planning, and has been a member of the UC Berkeley faculty since 1979. He is a recipient of the Franz Edelman Award from the Institute of Operations Research and Management Sciences, INFORMS. It's the acronym for it, recognizing outstanding industrial practice of the management sciences performed through his firm, Leachman and Associates. During the period of 1970 to 1975, Rob worked in the operating and marketing departments of Union Pacific Railroad. On the Oregon Division, Rob worked summer breaks from college as a telegrapher, agent, and car distributor at various stations across the division. Subsequently, he worked as a service planning analyst at the UP headquarters in Omaha. He currently serves as president of the Union Pacific Historical Society and is the author of numerous magazine articles and one book on Pacific Northwest railroads. I had a chance to catch his presentation in October for the Southern Pacific Retired Executives Club. And when I heard it, I said that this is totally appropriate for this group. So unfortunately, I have to tell you that the presentation I saw was 90 minutes long, and we didn't have a 90-minute slot. So it's squished down a little bit for this audience, but I'm delighted to present Rob, and I have one more representative of the UP Railroad Historical Society present to us today.
Thank you, everyone. Can you cue that? Okay. This the control?
The big button goes forward, the small button on the bottom goes backwards.
Thank you. Okay, a little montage of PFE. I'm going to talk about PFE traffic and operations 72 to 82.
You need to raise the mic just a little bit. Rob.
Okay, so I'll skip the background on me. I think Clifton already gave it to you. So I think many of you know that for many years, the long trains of orange PFE reefers were the hallmark of the overland route. Here we are, we have a Roseville fruit block departing Cheyenne, starting up Archer Hill with a mix of UP and SP power and about a 100-car train of reefers. So, many of you know about PFE, jointly owned by UP and SP, providing the pooled equipment and temperature protective services. And PFE could shift the car fleet with the harvests. Many of the traffic on any particular route was seasonal, utilizing the car fleet on SP routes, the Golden State and Sunset routes, on SP UP routes, the Overland Route, or the UP routes from the Pacific Northwest down merging into the Overland Route. And this is very rough and approximate, but roughly about in later years, about a third of the annual volume went via the Golden State or Sunset routes and 2/3 via the overland, including the Pacific Northwest traffic. Just to show how important this was to the railroads in 1974, from a conductor's train book of a conductor working the Rawlins to Cheyenne pool on the UP covering the period June 7 to November 4. This is in our UPHS Historical Society collection. And in that period, he worked 48 eastbound trains. And of that 48, almost half of them were trains that were protecting PFE published perishable schedules. And fully a quarter of them were Roseville fruit blocks. So huge was the overland route in the 70s. Here's a fine John Signer map showing the origin areas for the overland route, perishable traffic, not the Sunset Golden State. But you go down to King City on the coast and down to Edison and Arvin in the valley, everything being collected, brought up to Roseville. You even have some coming down from Medford and the Klamath Basin and off the NWP, and then the blocks going there from the northwest. Some fish from Seattle and Portland, but then a lot of tree fruit from Hood River, Yakima, Walla Walla, and the potatoes in the Columbia Basin, a lot more potatoes in Idaho, all going to the eastern gateways. Okay, of course, the rail equipment evolved over the years from the classic ice reefers, and I've shown the cubic capacity and weight capacity of the cars. Icing service was offered by PFE until September of 1973. You had reefer trailers in the 60s and 70s. Tonnage is much less because of the highway weight limits. You have mechanical reefers starting in 1953, and I got to credit Tony Thompson and his partners for their fine book, which gives a great rundown of the history of this equipment. And then the big fleet of 57-foot mechanical reefers that was put together starting in 1964, where now we're up to 4,000 cubic feet and 70-ton capacity. And just comparing this to contemporary equipment, a 53-foot highway trailer is almost the cube of a 57-foot mechanical, but again, it's limited by the highway weight limit. And a reefer container where the motor's got to fit inside the envelope of the box, you lose a little bit of cube. Of course, now we have much bigger reefers too. And the point here is that the reefer freight was cube freight, you know, except for the highway limits. You're hitting the space limits of the vehicle before you get to the rail limit, weight limit. So we've gone to bigger and bigger vehicles over time. So the conventional wisdom, like the fine graph in Tony's book, will show you a count of carloads, and it'll show that it peaked in World War II and steadily went downwards. But with all due respect, I think that's a little misleading because the size of the vehicles is getting bigger. And if you factor in the cubic capacity of the car fleet by year and redo it, then you find a bump up in the graph that actually the business on a cube basis was growing during the period 1965 to 70, peaked in 72, and then declined after that. And so in the early 70s, there still was a lot of business out there. It was still substantial and quite diversified. This is a graph of UP volumes. I had access to the UP data. So from Oregon and Washington, never more than 250 carloads a week, and some volume around the year because things like potatoes can be stored and so on. When we look at Idaho, interestingly, the summer is the low period for Idaho potatoes, and then in the late fall it gets very strong and through the winter and early spring. So it's kind of nice and complementary to the California picture, which is heavily peaked in the summer. So this is the idea that pooled car fleet is that you can move it around where the business is.
Was urbanization in California a reason for part of the decline?
Not in my opinion. The volume still moves even greater than it ever did. It's just moving on Interstate 80, not on the railroad. And then you look at the total, is that even during the off season, it's about 1,500 carloads a week and reaching up to 2,750 to 3,000 carloads during the summer peak.
Week 36, was that
Labor Day. Yeah. This is a quick pie chart by commodity. You see the lettuce is fully a quarter of the traffic UP had. Cantaloupes, 8%. Potatoes look small at 6.7, but that's because most of the potatoes are in the frozen category up there in the 22.7 in the corner. Okay, so where was this stuff coming from? Here's origin areas from for lettuce. These have different times of year when they're moving strongly. El Centro and Yuma down there and in the early in the year in the winter months, whereas Salinas will get going in May. But you know, over 200 truckloads a day during the peak seasons from these places. This is a lettuce field near Yuma. And here we are loading some boxes of lettuce into the old ICER equipment. Tree fruit on the east side of the San Joaquin Valley, tomatoes up around Stockton, and a big tomato crop down in Nogales from Mexico. You also have the Medford pears and the Sebastopol apples. And then the melons are on the west side of the San Joaquin Valley. There's also a strong crop in the winter down at Yuma and growing melon production in Arizona. Again, during the peak periods, more than 200 truckloads a night. Truckloads. So here we have on the west side Mendota, and their town sign mentions and a field and bringing the melons in. And there, you know, would be fairly just tent areas. It's 100 degrees out, and we're sorting the melons and crating them up or packing them in cartons, and then we'll go right into the trucks or rail that's going to go out. To withstand the rigors of rail transport, you got to do a lot to protect your loads. You got to band them up. You got to have airbags, and even that's not probably enough. Often it's this is pretty delicate stuff. A big change over the history is that the packaging has gotten thinner and lighter, and it's not very suitable for rail now. The damage is very hard to do. Even melons cannot be shipped successfully by carload anymore. Here we are loading melons into a PFE reefer. Here's a video by my former UP boss, Richard Peterson, down at Yuma. And we have all the melons that have just come out of the field, probably in March or February. And then the workers are all sorting these and putting them into cartons. Here we are loading some PFE trailers. You see the crates coming down the roller conveyor, and then other workers will be putting them in the cars. And you can't fill up a trailer because you hit the highway weight limit before you use up the cube. Whereas with a rail car, you can go right to the ceiling and still not be anywhere near the rail car limit. There you could, yes, there's, they blow top ice on top there. You know, you come right out of the fields at 100 degrees, and it's really tough for refrigeration to keep up. So it's very common in the hot climates to blow top ice on top. Pete Pasquinelli, and there's the Pasquet melon. There were wonderful crates. You can see posters of these things around and so forth, but we've lost that over the years. Here we are loading a mechanical. And they're blowing the top ice on top. And you can see how the cars are lined up door to door, so you can go between and load multiple tracks of cars. Here we are on the ice deck, and the ice going out on the dock for the old ice reefers. And now 6 p.m. and we have a Yuma block leaving, and the Colton block is ready to follow them out. They tended to run the trains in fleets. This is during that period when SP power was very clean and Sunset Route trains were powered up. There's a DD-35 in the Colton block back in the power there. And now the Colton block's on the move. Citrus was very strong on the east side, the San Joaquin Valley, Visalia, Exeter. You have the lemons down in the Santa Paula Valley, and then the grapefruit in Coachella and down at Yuma. Again, 100 truckloads a day. That's a winter crop, so early spring, February, March, and so on. And then potatoes is huge around Bakersfield, as well as carrots. There's also potato crops around Phoenix, Indio, Imperial Valley, the Klamath Basin, and then the onions from Stockton and Huron. So even potatoes, which are pretty heavy and pretty rugged, I didn't mention on the other slide, but in the vegetable trade, they call this stuff hardware, potatoes, onions, and carrots, because it can stand a lot more brutal treatment and not get beat up. But you can see it's just on slip sheets and in bags. And even then, we fill up the cube of the car, we still haven't hit the weight limit. Okay, so in the regulated area, the PFE loads to the eastern destinations moved under a service guarantee. And there was a 5 p.m. cutoff everywhere in the West. And then loads were tendered to the railroad, and then the locals would come in after 5 p.m. to collect the traffic. And then it was a commitment, certain number of days to spot it by 6 a.m. at various eastern market destinations. And the guaranteed schedule was about a day slower than the operator in your target schedule. So, even if there was something bad that happened, you still probably could make it. And the so-called cutoff schedules, the guaranteed schedules, were published in the tariffs, published in the official guide. So many of you who have old official guides can see those schedules in there. And the way the guarantee worked is that if a carload was late to the guaranteed schedule, if it wasn't on spot by 6 a.m. that many days later, and then as a result, the produce could only be sold at a price lower than what was the price on the guaranteed day, then the railroad was obligated to refund the difference to the shipper. So the railroads had to hustle the perishables, which is why you see them in separate trains on separate schedules. Okay, so all of the trains were seasonal. Some of them had enough business to at least run. Looking at I won't spend much time in this presentation on the Sunset Route. This is probably the only slide, but and I'll use the pre-tops symbols, not the alphabet jumbo afterwards. But the Coast Peddler would start out as San Luis Obispo, get the celery at Oceano and so forth, and collect and build the traffic at Guadalupe from Santa Maria, and then you'd call, then the train would leave out of there in the evening, get the Santa Paula Valley citrus into Taylor in the wee hours and out to Colton around daybreak, where it would become a Colton block. And then you still had orange crop around Redlands and so forth that could join the train. And then they would pick up the Indio and Nyland. And then, like you saw in the video, they'd be leaving Yuma in the evening, along with, in peak season, another Arizona block out of there. And the trains would be into El Paso about midday the next day. I mentioned the Yuma block. In season, there would be a block out of Nogales and a block out of Phoenix. And then at El Paso, these trains would be running as a fleet, come in together, and then you'd rebuild them and make Rock Island and Cotton Belt trains. Okay, on the overland route, you'd have the Salinas block. Should be out of Watsonville around midnight. The way I saw it when the SP did it, they call a crew at Watsonville to go down to Salinas, build the train there, and come back up, and then recrew at Oakland and get into Oakland, into Roseville about 8 in the morning. And then about 10 in the evening, after the Arvin and Edison locals would get in, they would build the Bakersfield block down there up to Fresno in the wee hours. You may continue as one train, but in peak season, they would also originate blocks out of Fresno too. They could run them via the West Valley to get the melons, or continue up the main line if it wasn't time for the melons. And then in October, when the juice grapes came in, you could have enough for a full block out of Lodi. getting to Roseville in the morning. So usually the Bakersfield stuff was the last stuff getting into Roseville. The Lodi and Salinas would be on the early blocks. All of these things would leave, change identity and power up and leave as Roseville blocks. They would start, depending on the year and the service and cost cutting and stuff, they might leave in the morning in the glory days and not start leaving till the evening in the bad years. And the cutoff schedule was out of Roseville 10 p.m. and 24 hours later to the UP to become UP's RV symbol. From the northwest, there was not enough traffic for a solid reefer block from west of the Cascades. So the hot train handling the intermodal and priority also handled the perishable. The SPX was the evening train out of Seattle, picking up in Portland. But east of the Cascades with the tree fruit and the potatoes, there was enough for a fruit block. So the Hinkle fruit train left Hinkle first thing in the morning after all the branch trains had got in and traffic had been re-iced and serviced. And then in season, there was a Hinkle fruit Dalles section to do the Hood River and tree fruit and the Dalles cherries. And that got replaced by an advanced SPX in 73, but still making the pickup at Hood River. And then over in Idaho, we had the PNF, Pocatello Napa fruit. After the locals got into Napa in western Idaho, they would have the train to go. They would pick up the Twin Falls stuff at Minidoka, and then the stuff from eastern Idaho would get built into the train, and they'd leave Pocatello about dawn. And then at North Platte, all these blocks coming in from Roseville in the northwest would go over the hump, and they'd be reblocked for trains for the connecting railroads, run-throughs with all the Iowa and Missourian lines. Okay, so a quick tour of the PFE car cycle. While most of the loading was after 5 p.m. cutoff on SP and UP branch lines, there were a few short lines that loaded PFE. Here we have the Modesto and Empire traction hauling some reefers. And then he's spotting these into the Modesto cold storage there. And then, probably after 5 p.m., they'll come back and pull that stuff out, take it over to the SP interchange for the night block coming up from Fresno to pick up. Here we have a Salinas block along San Pablo Bay. Normally this train would be through here a lot earlier. It was running later this day. But this will basically become a Roseville block when it gets to Roseville after they've checked the gauges and refueled any reefers that need it and so on. Now we're heading up the Sierras, and instead of 2 units, we have 5, and there'll be a helper back in the train. Here we are at Alta. And then at the overlook of the American River Canyon, coming around the corner with our big train of reefers. And then around the horseshoe at Blue Canyon. And then coming up to Snowshed number 10. This is a whole train from Salinas, just got service at Roseville and it goes right through. So this was from a 5 p.m. cutoff. If you could stand out at King City and see the local waiting there for the clock to tick up to 5 o'clock. The workers are frantically putting the top ice in and sealing and putting the seals on, and the local would come right in and grab those cars. And now we're starting to build this train. And turn around, we can see him coming out of the shed and wiggling up the mountain. You can still see him wiggling up there as Amtrak number 6 slides down. And then in the winter, April is kind of low ebb. The oranges from Visalia are done, but it's before the Salinas lettuce starts. So it's only half a train, but we're running the service and running it on time. This is October, so this is probably mostly Lodi juice grapes going to the Italian families in Toronto and Montreal for Christmas winemaking. And we're at Troy here in our big train of reefers running 3x3. And then here's the same train coming at West Reno. Okay, so you can see there's still a little light on the nose. We're before noon coming into Reno from a 5 p.m. cutoff. Very impressive. That's rarity. And don't quite have a full train. There's a little bit of lumber fill on the back. And in the same train, we've powered it up, added 3 UP units, so we have 6 fast run across the desert. At Ogden, UP unit on the point for cab signals. This is a train that has no ICER, so he's bypassed the ice deck and is just making after a quick inspection of the reefers, he'll be on his way. Now we're coming up to past the depot. The lady agent is out there to highball the train by. Back in the train, you can see a block of Bud Antle trailers of Salinas lettuce. That's an ICER in there, but it didn't need ICE service. Whatever they're shipping, Venter service was good enough for the and then it runs through SP caboose. Bud invested in the fleet for their lettuce business, but of course they only need them set seasonally, so they farmed them out to let other people use them and earn some car hire offers. So even down there in Yuma, we saw some Bud trailers with melons in them. So I had an evening visit to the ice deck in Ogden in June 73. Remember I mentioned September 73 was the end of icing. The PFE folks showed me their lineup of the work they had to do. And there was a westbound auto parts train, the Fast, coming in at 9:30. And in the train were 2 Wrath packing ice reefers of meat that needed re-icing. And then the cutoff would be arriving at 10:30 p.m. Remember, 10 p.m. is when it was due in Ogden off the SP, and so it's right on, barely on the guarantee there. This is, but and all the previous blocks of the day had no icers. So the only icers were the 11 cars in this train. That was all that was left by this time. So to do the 2 cars of meat, the Fast has come down the main line right in the depot, and PFE had this scissors lift truck where the workers would just get in the bed and they would scissors lift it. You could see the ghostly shadows. They've opened the hatches and they got their big tongs and they're dropping ice in the cars. Then back at you see the ice is out on the dock. We had the lineup call from the SP, and this is over in the UP yard, but they're ready for the arrival of the RV. Now I'm out on the ice deck, and you can see the RV is pulled up at the dock, and there's lots of mechanicals, and there's PFE reefers and Bud Antle reefers. They don't need icing, but there are 11 icers in this train. These are the icing machines running off electric powered off the overhead wire. The ice goes rushing in. The ice is crushed by the machine. They add the percent salt specified by the shipper. You see the 2 guys out there have opened the hatches on 2 icers in a row, and the ice goes pouring in. And then the ice machine will move down to the next car that needs icing. That string of lights in the upper right there is Amtrak number 5 going by. Well, even after 8 hours in the motel and driving east, I caught up to this same train, crawling across Wyoming. We got an N&W unit in there along, but 5 units, and it was typical on this. You see there's some Santa Fe reefers in there at the jointly served places down by like Edison and Arvin where they're shippers ordering cars from both railroads, and the 2 locals come in and scrambled. They gave the shipper flexibility. You can load, whatever, and then the railroads pooled the cars and didn't penalize them for using the other guy's cars. Now we're up at Sherman Hill, and our cutoff is just coasting down from Hermosa tunnels onto Point 7, and then right at the junction, he starts up a Point 82 to Sherman Hill. And the hot van train to LA is waiting because this is the cutoff. He's got a guarantee. So we don't stop the perishables. Now you can see the power opening up because he's going to start up the grade.
Well, how many cars are there?
Probably 100. This was, when they were not running the expedited service, there were 100. This varied over the years. There was a while, 1970 was a terrible period of cost cutting, and the UP took to putting 1.5 SP trains together and running 150 car local reefer trains, which were a disaster. But there were all kinds of desperate things to try to cut costs. And finally, our cabooses. Once he gets over that ridge in the background, there's nothing more than a 0.7 grade all the way to Chicago. Now we're at Council Bluffs PFE facility. The ice deck is behind us and the shop is down below. These are cars that had gone east with California loads and now come west, and now they've been cleaned in this shop, and now they're going to be distributed in western Iowa and eastern Nebraska for meat loads. There weren't a lot of back hauls compared to eastbound, but there were some. Most of them came back empty in drag trains. This is our glorified drag ACBF with the lumber and perishable empties coming out of the yard in Council Bluffs as a Commonwealth Edison coal load goes in. Yes, sir.
Did the reefers get cleaned out each cycle on the return?
Yes, that was, only the ones that were going to get loaded in the Midwest, that would get done here. The others would go to the Roseville or Pocatello or Hinkle shop and have it done there. Here's another view of the ACBF. You see there's some Fruit Growers Express cars going back to the WP. Then all those white tops are PFEs. And there's another coal train going in. This is coming up through Omaha. The 1.25 grade was the steepest on the UP between Omaha and Ogden. And then here's a 125 car empty reefer train with 2 Rock Island units behind the UP. Is that, the loads in the winter would come up the Golden State route on the Rock Island, and then by the time the cars were coming back empty from the east, they were needed in Northern California, not down in Yuma anymore. So the Rock Island would be directed to take those cars to Council Bluffs. PFE had a battery of clerks in Chicago working with the eastern carriers, telling them where the cars should be routed. The reason Rock Island is hauling it is because they needed to get their fair share of empty miles. They got all the loads on the Golden State route. So they would run reefer specials to Council Bluffs until they had worked up the appropriate empty miles. So now we're out in the Platte Valley in our U50 and a couple of Rock Island U33s chugging west with 125 empty mechanicals. And then when we get to North Platte, yank off the Rock Island power, put on the SP, run through power, and head for Roseville. Some of the manifest trains had blocks of empty PFE reefers. Here's the West Coast manifest with 1 Bud Antle empty and a bunch of PFEs, and then the boxcar and intermodal manifest behind that, and a 45X and a U33C in there behind. And then coming over the Sierras, the same train, but now the top symbol, and you see our weekend warriors. The commute power is out here as helpers to get the reefers back to California. Up in the Northwest, Umatilla is along the Columbia River, where this is the opening day of potato loading season, and the crew's bringing in 3 icers and 5 mechanicals. They'll spot these on 2 tracks with the doors lined up next to the Quonset hut. The potatoes will be coming right out of the fields at 100 degrees and going into these cars. So they've been pre-iced and pre-tripped. It'll be a battle to try to get this stuff down, temperature down. This is the Connell local, 1 unit, a caboose, and 5 reefers. Connell was on the BN main, but most of the potato loading sheds were on the UP. So this traffic will be on the Hinkle fruit train the next morning. After 5 p.m., you can go in and start pulling the sheds and spot a new set of empties in there to pick up the next day. And then next morning, we have the Hinkle fruit train dropping down the 2-2 grade in the Blue Mountains. Lots of cars of potatoes in there, and the apples and pears are pretty heavy too. The UP rules was more than 80 tons a car, you're 40-mile-an-hour max, and you got to set retainers in the mountains. So to avoid that, you notice a whole bunch of empty auto racks on the back of the train to bring the average weight per car down so they could make 70-mile-an-hour running. This was when service mattered. A couple more shots in the Blue Mountains of the Hinkle fruit train. Those reefers probably had cherries from the Dalles. The cherries were a disaster. The claims exceeded the revenues. Just too fragile to ship in railroad forces. And this is the ace packs in the Blue Mountains again. And then you see the Hood River pickup of all the pears and apples from Hood River on the point. And then we have the Pocatello Nampa fruit coming up Archer Hill out of Cheyenne at daybreak. Last big hill on the way to Chicago. Okay, so this all looks pretty nice. In 1966, there was a big rate increase granted the railroads, and that encouraged them to do the big time investment in the 57-foot fleet and the trailer feet and offer expedited service. We make money on this business. And so that was kind of the glory days when, you could go out to Echo Canyon, you see the SP has run the train across the desert with 4 units, and then UP slaps on a 10,000 horsepower turbine. And, we go up the hill at track speed. Awesome. That was that really great growth period. Once you factor in for Cube, the Cube being shipped on the railroad was growing and growing strongly. It was a fabulous era. Okay, but things started to turn bad. It's during the late 60s and in the 70s, you have rampant inflation in the Vietnam War era inflation in the US. Every year the railroads ask for a rate increase. Every year they are denied. So the costs are going up. The rates are staying flat. So the railroads resort to cost cutting. I mentioned the local troll and 150 car trains across the UP. The local troll did so badly that they eventually banished it to the Pacific Northwest and took it off the overland route forever. And so the service quality was declining on SP and UP. Instead of coming out of Roseville at 9 in the morning, they would come out after 5 p.m. so they could do track work all day on the mountain. The Eastern railroads were, especially Penn Central, were going into meltdown. So that, the service there was just getting terrible. And then SP, as they're struggling financially, worked hard to encourage Oregon lumber traffic to do the long haul to St. Louis via the Sunset route, and they took a lot of traffic down there before they really had the capacity to handle it, and the perishable train service really suffered. And then the railroads are still regulated. They got to charge the same rate every day of the year, and they can't raise the rate from that 1966 level. And meanwhile, trucking is completely deregulated. They can negotiate and do anything they want. And you have the interstate highway system growing. So this is a great opportunity for individuals to go into business. So owner-ops are taking over this business. There were 2 major efforts to turn around the PFE traffic and profitability, one by UP and one by SP in the 70s. I'll talk very quickly about the 73 effort from UP and the 79 effort from SP. By 72, this was the situation UP faced. This is where the reefers are unloaded at the other end. And you could see that 2/3 of it was all East Coast. There was not much left of the Midwest. And Penn Central accounted for more than 1/3. Just looking at volumes by day, Chicago was less than 20 cars a day most of the year, 40 during the summer peak. Interestingly, going to Canada, to Toronto and Montreal, you see that peak in September for all the Italian wine families, up to 40 cars a day, is that the CN would take that train that came from Chicago with 40 or 50 PFE reefers, and they drive it right into a huge paved parking lot. And then the Italian families would all drive up, they'd open the car doors and be selling grapes right out of the cars to families. And then everybody take them home and they'd be stamping them to make the Christmas wine and so on. Lodi, of course. Italy to Italy, what do you think? Okay, Enola, yard near Harrisburg handled Baltimore, Washington, Philadelphia, 30 to 40 cars a day during the summer. Selkirk, which is New York City and Boston, number of months above 60. And at the peak, there's more than 100 cars a day over the North Platte hump for Selkirk. And total, 150 cars a day going to Penn Central over the North Platte hump. This is a lot of volume. You could do something with this, right? The problem is the shippers are choosing every different Iowa line to route it. Some's going CNW, some's going Rock Island, some's going BN, some's going Milwaukee. There's even crazy people using the Frisco to go down through Springfield, Missouri and back to St. Louis on the way. There's all these traffic agents out there soliciting traffic to the growers in California. So the proposal we put together at UP was to say, okay, well, what if the shippers select a single Iowa line to route all their eastbound PFE? And what if SP and UP go back to running the trains the way they did during the glory days in the late 60s? Then we will, at the North Platte, build Selkirk and Enola blocks, and we will build a train that will go direct to the Penn Central Yard in Blue Island and bypass Chicago and all those switching delays. Laying out the schedule, if we're running those fast trains like that, from a 5 p.m. cutoff, we can make 6 a.m. 6 morning spot in the major markets, New York, Boston, Baltimore, Washington, Philadelphia. And then since they're all concentrated this way, they can be concentrated coming back. So we'll have Penn Central at Elkhart make PFE empty train to go direct to North Platte, again, bypass Chicago. And so you calculate the car turnaround savings from do this, and it's the same as if you bought 1,500 new cars. And now with the same car fleet, you're handling a lot more loads per year. And now the profitability looks a hell of a lot better. So the big deal, since the shippers are part of this, is a meeting at the Jewel T headquarters of Jewel T grocery stores in Chicago in August '73. All the major perishable shipper associations from out west were there. The major perishable receivers were there. Even the federal government and their National Council on Productivity was there. And the top transportation and marketing officers from Penn Central, Northwestern, SP, and UP were there. And we stood up and said that, well, we can't tell you which Iowa line to use. That would be restraint of trade. But if you voluntarily and collectively agree to use only one, then we will build a perishable train to bypass Chicago and speed up the service. And there had already been lots of backroom discussion informing the shipper associations about this. And so right after this speech, they sit up and they all announced, we support CNW. And so we can't guarantee every one of our members, but we will encourage our membership to use CNW, so it'll give you the volume. So this was a real turning point in the history of the Midwestern railroads. This meant Milwaukee, Rock Island, Illinois Central, they're doomed. The SP said, no, we're not going to accelerate our schedule until we get our rate increase. We're still running 1966 rates. This is really unfair. I agree with them. It is really unfair. But the UP, CNW, and Penn Central decided, well, we'll go ahead anyway, even though the SP ain't speeding up yet. So here we are. We started it up in October '73. This is an RV at like 5:30 in the afternoon being pushed up the hump. And then down into the bowl we go. The long track of reefers you see is the Selkirk block, and then there's a string of white tops on the next track over. That's the Enola block building up. This is everything routed UP, CNW, Penn Central off the entire Union Pacific network, and it's almost all reefers. Things happened pretty fast. It was a real challenge to get this block right because like Brooklyn, if it's South Brooklyn, they wanted it in the Enola block to go across on the car floats. And if it was Hunts Point or North Brooklyn, they wanted it in the Selkirk block. So we had to get into the street addresses to figure out how the hell to block the train. There's about 9 reefers in motion in this view. So it's pretty quick to switch it out. This is the first, we picked an off day, a Wednesday, a California Sunday. So you have like Medford pairs and stuff that took an extra day. It's a short train, but the sun came out for our spectacular sunset on our first transcontinental carload train. Awesome. And then right at dusk, yeah, we needed 2 units go through on the CNW at Fremont, and then the little unit is to ferry the crew into Council Bluffs. Here's the list reared ahead for the first train. You can see that we have the Enola block here. So you see Harrisburg, PA, Trenton, New Jersey, Philadelphia, Benning is DC. And then you see there's some Brooklyns because those are South Brooklyns. And then we have the Selkirk block and there's Hunts Point and more Brooklyns and stuff. It's done right. In the yard office, we put up a huge map of New York City and a stack of New York City phone books, right? And when we'd have to get the waybills, when the train came in, it was just this mad rush in there, looking up all the addresses, right? And then we'd be on the microphone telling the guy in the hump tower, no, that one's a Enola. But I hand it to those guys in North Platte. They were very diligent, work hard, and they did it right. I can understand why Penn Central went bankrupt when you're down to street addresses to run the damn trains, right? And then there's the Shorts block, the Blue Island block. So you have like Indianapolis and Syracuse and so on. I don't have time to go through it, but there's, it's like this is everything for Penn Central routed CNW, and there's like maybe about 4 or 5 cars that are not perishables. This was the service distribution before this up to July 73. I think 9th day was the guaranteed schedule, 8th day was the target, and you can see they maybe paid claims on a little bit. And then for the October to March period after it, basically it shifted the whole distribution up a day. And this is before the SP joins the program, right? It's still 7th day from California, but the Oregon, Washington stuff is 6th day. Yes.
Quick question. You said you were basically, with this program, you were reclaiming the use of 1,500 cars. What was the average turn time on those?
I don't remember. I'd have to look it up. Yes.
Were there restrictions for the stuff coming back out to the west?
Oh, absolutely.
So, you were forced to move empty cars back here?
Yeah, so the question was, are there restrictions on moving the cars back? Yes, the car fleet was very tight because after about 69, with no rate increases, the railroads flatly refused to invest in any more equipment. And so unless you brought the back cars back empty, you would not be able to handle the traffic. At times they allowed magazines and really clean freight in there, and it also varied by season. But it was pretty restrictive. You couldn't reload it like dry freight boxcars. Another question.
When there were icers, and icers separate from non-icers, or were they blocked by, location?
This is a question about blocking and the position of the icers. I joined this story pretty late in the year, by 73, and by then there were so few icers that no, they didn't do that. They were just sprinkled through the train like you saw in the pictures of the Ogden ice deck, and you just move the ice machines to where they were. And, ask an expert like Tony Thompson about how they did it in earlier years. Okay, so then in May 74, we start the empty trains coming the other way. This train started in Elkhart, Indiana at the Penn Central Yard, was handed intact to Northwestern. Ed Burkhart liked to play around, and he had them stop at West Chicago and pick up the autos going the Cowboy route into Omaha. So there's a little bit of fill on there. We're coming up Arcadia Hill, which is their ruling grade in western Iowa. And so behind that fill in the front are 125 empty reefers. And then you can see the break and grade where they go over the summit of the mountains in Iowa. And there's a little wave from the conductor on the rear. Okay, so in early 76, the ICC finally gives them a rate increase, the first in a decade. So the SP says, okay, we'll play ball. Is that so? They announced that for the 76 season, they'll operate the accelerated RV schedule, leaving Roseville in the morning and getting to Ogden in the morning instead of in the evening. Basically we're back to the 60s glory days. So the picture I showed you earlier is I went up to Shed 10 for one of their first runs of this. Is that that's kind of where this Salad Bowl Express name come from, but it really was running in the 60s too, just without the name. On the UP, we call it the Advanced RV. You can see the top symbol, RV NPP. But now the dream has finally come, with loose carload traffic from all these Western origins, 6 morning spot in the Eastern markets. Phenomenal. Here's the same train on the Northwestern and on the Fremont connection line. The Blue Island block is first, and then behind that are the Selkirk and Enola blocks. You can see there's a little bit of dry freight in that Blue Island block, but behind that, it's white tops. There's over 100 loaded reefers on this train, as now it's not going Rock Island or Milwaukee or IC anymore. It's all here.
Yeah, we have a question. Chuck wants to know if the CNW line was equipped with automatic train stop across Illinois. So were the UP and PC locomotives assigned to this train also require ATS equipment?
Basically, the systems were incompatible. So you'll see in my pictures, there's always a CNW leader on the CNW, always a UP leader on the UP. At one time, the SP had automatic train stop over the Sierras, and so then you had a third incompatible system, and the SP had to lead there too. All right, now we have a dark territory meet. They have extended the sidings, but haven't put the CTC in. Then we have a high ball to the conductor with his group of caboose. And in the siding is the empty counterpart, the empty reefer train. He's got a block of brand new covered hoppers for the UP on the point. And then he comes out of the siding. Look at this brakeman. Look at that outfit. Hat and shirt matching the unit. The esprit de corps in the Northwestern was really strong. They knew they were going to survive and everybody else was going to die. Coming by the CTC signals at California Junction, flushing out the pheasants. I don't think they've been on that house track for a while. And then picking up orders at Missouri Valley, where it merges onto the Overland Route traditional main line from Council Bluffs. The CTC machines in the silver building there. And then we're throttling up for Arcadia Hill. Looks like the soybeans are about ready to harvest. Nice saffron glow and this huge train of reefers. And now we got 5 big units and they're all working. And so we're coming up Arcadia Hill at good speed. I was real thrilled. It's, last of the Mohicans here. We have our Transcon perishable train, over 100 perishable racing across. This is where we come over the summit. You can see the iron operator, which has the annunciator. The dispatcher in Boone can hear that his hotshot has made the hill, and we're in good shape. They'll be into Chicago before the morning commute rush, and they'll make the Penn Central, or in this case, Conrail hotshots out of Blue Island at noon. Okay, so with SP on board, the PFE carload slow. Yeah. No, it's just simply because there are a lot more westbound than eastbound trains. You have all those lightweight TOFC trains going west and then heavy carload trains going east. Okay, so even not accounting for the cube, the carloads decline slowed as the Sunset Route was still a disaster area and getting worse. But our Overland Route volume counts on the UP were going up. But now we have bad news is we still have strong inflation in the 70s and 78 requests for rate increases denied. So SP ran the fast service in 6 and 7, but said, nope, no rate increase, no service. And then even worse news, at UP's initiative, PFE was broken up in 78. This was really a disaster. We argued against it in the marketing department to Mr. Kennefick, but he looked at it and said, the SP is not pulling their weight on the Golden State route. I pay for all these clerks that are managing the cars coming around. I don't want to pay for them. They're idiots. We're breaking up. You know, he had that Idaho business in the winter, so UP had a pretty balanced business, much more balanced than the SP. So now let me quickly do the SP's initiative. I'm running over on time here, but Dave DeBoer had joined SP's marketing department. He had worked at the ICC and DOT, and he says, you know, I think they're going to deregulate the rail movement of perishables. And so Rob Thole, who was the market manager of perishables, they immediately went to work on saying, okay, this is how we should do things once there's deregulation. You know, Biagini and others were saying it was so important to have deregulation. This would really save the industry. But they weren't doing anything about instructing their organization about how would we do things if we had deregulation. And most of the railroads were just totally unprepared for it when it did happen. But this was a big difference. These guys really did their homework and did a brilliant job of it. And sure enough, on May 28, the ICC announces perishables are deregulated. Not anything else, just perishables, because trucking of perishables was deregulated too. So in the 1979 initiative, they say, okay, we will put the fast service back on and we will promote it. We want out of the service guarantee because we don't want to be at the mercy of idiots like Conrail. And we now offer two kinds of rates. If you're going to guarantee us volume around the year, you can have a contract rate. But if you're not going to do that, then you're going to pay spot prices and we can change them any day. And so now, since some shippers sign up for contract rates where they're guaranteed car supply, you got to have pricing and car distribution together. These are totally apart in all other railroads, but now we put them together so we know these people have reserved cars, they get them, and then for everybody else, we see what's left. Okay, and so the basic spot pricing strategy is first, we need to find out what the truckers are charging. So from brokers and friendly shippers, we find out what they're paying. When the car supply is plentiful, we don't have enough orders to use up our empty cars, then we try to set the rates low enough to be competitive. This is a little awkward because, you know, a rail car is about 1.5 truckloads. But then as the orders are coming in and it's a harvest time and they're shipping like crazy, then we keep jacking up the rates so that we never, you know, are short of cars. We keep, you know, we equalize supply and demand. So now we can take advantage of the peaks and really get paid for it. And so it ended up about 90% of the fresh produce and about 2/3 of the frozen paid the spot prices. The frozen, obviously, you could store for a while, although you could pay an energy to do that. So that, you know, it fit the contract model. Okay, so in the off-peak, the truck rates were about $3,000 to $3,500 to Hunts Point in New York, and a mechanical was about $4,500 to $5,000, so about the same per cube. But during the peak season, the truckers would be jacking up to $4,000 to $5,000, and so the SP jacked it up to $6,000 to $7,000. Now, before they, you know, had to charge that $4,500 to $5,000 around the year, which at certain times was too much, and at other times was way too low. They could have been charging a lot more. So this was a big deal. Okay, so the margins became much improved. And suddenly perishables, instead of being a dog, were a profit center. So, you know, the SP said, hey, dereg is great. And, you know, and they advertised the Salad Bowl Express. You probably have seen the National Geographic TV special following the train. And the rail market share climbed from, you know, not very much, 15 to 22. You know, this is a huge jump. Awesome. There was a cover of the SP Bulletin at my shot at Alta by my friend Tom Brown. But then we have bad organizational problems at SP. terrible things happened in 1980. The marketing department issued a very rosy forecast. People like De Boer were saying, no, it's going to be a recession. You're crazy to do this. And they were overruled. And so the SP bought a lot of locomotives and a lot of freight cars. Some of you may remember the rows of new locomotives under tarps up at Klamath Falls. And so the executives were very mad. And Bob King was the VP of traffic. Marketing was under him. And they're saying, you know, why did you do this to us? So, you know, 82 was probably, that was the crater year for SP when they really took massive losses. And so King had to save face. And so he starts removing the senior managers from marketing. And that encourages a lot of people below them to leave. And then there's nobody left who knows how to do it. So it's a pretty grim story after that. I won't spend time on this, is that you have cost cutting, the equipment quality is going way down. The shippers are complaining about that. And the railroad is not the preferred mode. Trucking is the preferred mode. We only use the railroad as a backup. But there are lots of reasons going on. Instead of the big central produce markets in town, you have, you know, big distribution centers for supermarket chains out in the suburbs with no rail access. The interstate highway system is, you know, gets completed out. And so the railroad is sort of, they use them to the extent the owner ops don't show up, right? And so there, you know, the Salinas block is not 2 or 3, or, you know, no, it's 1 a day, except at the start of 3-day work and there's weekends when the truckers don't want to come. And by the way, you know, that was an opportunity to really raise the rates, but the guys who knew how to do that were gone. Okay, and then the real death know is at the end of 82, UP acquires WP. So 82 is the last year of fast PFE service from California. And like my old boss at the UP will tell you, is that nowadays the RV runs on Interstate 80. It went pretty fast. You can go to the company store at the UP Historical Society and get the print version of everything I talked about if you want to have pictures to look back and read about it. Or you can email me any questions. You go to UC Berkeley, you can find Professor Leachman pretty easy. And I'll end there.
Hold on.
One of the PFE retirees that I interviewed, I asked him how come the trailer service collapsed so quickly. And he said, well, there were several things that happened. The worst one was we were promoting the hell out of it with these accelerated schedules there at the end of the 60s, and the Eastern railroads were falling down. And so we couldn't deliver what we were promising to the shippers. So the other problem was when we introduced it, we had really attractive rates to try to get people to try it. And then we could never get a rate increase. So he says by 1970, we were losing money on the trailers because they still had the 65 rates. That sounds like it fits with what you said. Would you agree?
Yeah, well, I didn't get to Omaha till 73, so this is really before my time, but it certainly sounds right to me.
I love the presentation, and your photos were fantastic. So,
Thank you. Hey, I was a paid rail fan. It was a lot of fun.
I assume the rates were based on weight, so that as the cube went up, the carload charge went up too, but just not the weight. And so, is that correct, or am I wrong?
It's not like lumber. The cars were not weighed, so you know they're not really weight rates. It's it's by commodity and carload.
So if you're giving them a bigger cube car and they can fill up, you're just giving them some free.
No, it's not the same rate. A bigger car is a different rate.
Oh, okay, so it was. Okay, thanks.
Did PFE cars get routed from California up to Washington and Oregon at any time during the period you're covering?
Oh yeah, there was PFE service. You know, you can remember pre-top symbol, the hot train going north was the IVNCP, the Imperial Valley North Coast Perishable, you know, on the Shasta route. And then that became, you know, the WCEUZ, you know, the one train of loads. He'd have the wing cars and, you know, what perishable there was and stuff. So it was never enough for, you know, in my era, 70s on, for a full block. But there was a reefer block you'd see going up.
One more quick one. What about the white paint I saw when I was rail fanning the SP in the 80s? Were the white paint on the PFE cars an innovation or just convenience or what?
Well, that was after the breakup of, you know, UPFE and SPFE. And I think, you know, I'm, you know, was removed from that being a UP guy. I'm assuming the idea of white was it would, you know, be more reflective. And so it reduces the energy requirements to cool the car. You notice the cars were white on top even before for that reason.
Was there ever a consideration by UP to partner with the Western Pacific as opposed to you know, eventually acquiring it when SP wouldn't cooperate with the expedited service?
Well, you can read Tony's book, go back far enough in time, and WP was under PFE. And then at a certain point, they left and they went to Fruit Growers Express, and the UP offered, you know, the same service from WP with the Fruit Growers Express equipment. But, and you saw some FGEX cars in some of my pictures. You know, there wasn't as much volume off the WP, obviously. You have the Marysville Melons and a little bit of other stuff. So they never had enough for a full block like you would see Roseville blocks on the SP.
The problem with the WP is that it didn't go to Salinas or Bakersfield or down to San Joaquin Valley very far, right? So it wouldn't have had.
Yeah, there was some, you know, there was some volume. The WPX was their primary perishable train, 130 out of Stockton. He'd have all the Tidewater Southern poles, and then, you know, they'd get up to Marysville about 5 p.m. and the electric motor would come over with the stuff with the Marysville Melons and get them on the train. So that was, you know, very fast service because you have a road train picking up right from that cutoff. So the Marysville Melons stayed with the railroad a long time. Yes.
Do you have a sense, about 10 years ago, UP made a splash. They're trying to get the solid trains out of, was it Huron there, north of Bakersfield East, and it lasted a few years. And so there are still some reefers you see going out there, but I'm curious if you know how much of it is going in domestic containers out of like Lathrop and those places on reefer domestics. Is that working or no?
Well, okay. So there's two things. First is there was the idea of having a third-party consolidator, you know, run a warehouse where the carload train would be loaded and you'd truck into there, and then the railroad would just hook and haul. And then you have somebody else like at Rotterdam, New York, near Selkirk, that would, you know, transload from rail cars back to trucks. And as I mentioned, the packaging of perishables has gotten flimsier and flimsier and flimsier. And you do all this forklift handling to get it out of one truck into a warehouse, get it into a railroad car, get it out of the railroad car into another truck, and so, and they just can't handle it. It beats it up. So that, you know, the stuff that's moved and that stuff is like cheap cheese for pizzas and frozen pizzas and junk like that. And, you know, carrots maybe, or potatoes. It's been very unsuccessful in general. They're, you know, so, and our branch line network is gone. So the only way you're going to get perishables is intermodal in domestic containers or trailers. There is a fair bit of that moves on BNSF and to a lesser extent also on UP. You'll see the Carl England domestic containers and others. But I'd say the railroad share is definitely single digits, maybe, you know, a few percent is, you know, from March until October, every, you know, 5 nights a week, there's at least 1,500 reefer trucks leaving California to go to the east. It's the last gigantic transcon freight flow that the railroads don't have yet they once had. I think the reason you don't see an effort to do it is just like the PFE company, is that any particular lane is very seasonal. So you can't do this incrementally. You either got to have the guts to do the whole thing so you can keep your equipment busy the whole time, or don't do it. And they just don't have the guts to do a giant step on. They much prefer things you can incrementally do that. And plus it requires a lot more intelligence, a lot more discipline. And it's kind of the opposite of the dumbed down railroading strategy we do now.
We got one more question, and I think you had it here, and then we're going to have to move on to the next segment.
Well, it wasn't really a question. It was kind of piggyback on yours about the last time UP attempted to do something was 2018 or 2017. It was UP Cold Connect. And what they did was they purchased a cold warehouse in Washington State and 2 cold warehouses in New York somewhere. And they were starting to guarantee, I think they were shipping apples or something out of Washington. They were going to guarantee kind of the same thing. And then COVID came down and UP, they bought all these cars, bought those warehouses. They wanted to recoup their money. They sold the warehouses and they turned them into something else. So a lot of those Armin cars you see floating around that had Cold Connect written on them, that's what they were supposed to be used for. They were supposed to be dedicated for that service.
Yeah, out of California, they mostly got cheap cheese. It wasn't, and the one in Washington State went bankrupt and is closed. That's not a good business model.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Rob. Okay, I'd like to turn the microphone over. I'm sorry. Oh, okay. I'd like to turn the microphone over to Robert. We've got the layout design challenge, and
okay, good afternoon, everyone. And can we get the slides for the intro? Okay, every year at this meet, we've had a tradition of having a layout challenge where we put together a potential idea for a layout, a particular size, a particular location, and we open it up to all of you, to all the attendees, to show us what kind of model railroad you might design based on that. This year, we're doing something different. We're doing something, 1, international, and 2, based on a style of layout. So the competition is to try to build a British exhibition layout. Now, how many of you know what that is when I say that? About half. That's pretty cool. There's a bunch of ways you could describe this. I'm going to describe what I saw, and feel free to disagree with me. A British exhibition layout is, first of all, it's a layout that's intended for taking to a model railway show. This is the typical way that, this is one of the ways that people show model railroads in England and the rest of the UK. Usually it's a layout that's done by a single person or by a club. And here's an example of one of those kinds of shows. And the nice thing is that they tend to be smaller layouts that actually fit in 1 or 2 booths in a particular show, rather than being a big modular layout. These are important because remember that in the UK you have smaller houses, you don't have 50 by 60 foot basements. And so this ends up being an easy way for people with smaller houses or to show things off and to show them off to both modelers and to civilians. One of the things I see when I think about these, one of the ways that I think about exhibition layouts is that they tend to be small and they model a realistic scene. The classic model for one of these is modeling the end of a branch line out in the country with a certain amount of nostalgia. Usually you have an area that's staging, that's hidden, that's off stage. You see the trains roll on into the station. There's some switching, they get turned around, they get sent back out. One of the ways I think about this is a layout I saw in Manchester, England in 2003. it was one of these little branch lines. It was the end of the branch line, and it was a beautiful little country scene. And I ended up talking with the owner of the layout, and he mentioned that the place he was modeling, I don't remember what it was called, but let's call it Littlehampton. He'd actually taken his model of Littlehampton to Littlehampton itself and was able to show it off. And when he was exhibiting it, he had an older gentleman come over. And the older gentleman looked at it, says, "Ah, you're modeling Littlehampton." "Yep." "Your model? Oh, that's really nice. You modeled the slaughterhouse on the far side of the station." "Yep." "And you modeled the roof hanging out over the cars, protecting the cars at the slaughterhouse." "Yep." "Well, you know, the roof didn't go all the way over the cars. It only went halfway over the cars because I used to work there and I had to go climb on the cars and I'd always get wet in the rain." And the owner said, "Really? Oh." And he went and he picked the model up, pulled out a pair of scissors, cut off half of the roof, put it back and said, "Like this?" So you don't necessarily need to be modifying your layout at the show, but obviously that's one of the requirements. Second, these are theatrical. You know, when I think about these, you tend to see models that have hidden staging so that the backstage is not visible. You tend to see proscenium arches and shadow boxes blocking these. This isn't true for all the layouts, of course. And there's certainly American layouts that do any of the attributes I'm telling you about, but this is one of the ways that I think about them. And you'll often see these bright colors, which reminds me of those strange color processes you'd see in European print things from the 60s and 70s. There are also layouts that are intended for operation, that when you see them, they're actually trying to operate them in realistic ways, of actually having a passenger train come to the branch line station, having a switcher come and pull the cars out, reverse the engine, or in this case, for this from the Alton Model Railway Group's exhibition, a layout that actually was doing some switching. Once again, American layouts do this too. It's just the idea of having these operate more prototypically seems to be more common. And finally, all of these layouts tend to have a lot of staging that you'll either have, as in this N-scale layout, you'll have staging behind the backdrop, or you'll have a fiddle yard hidden away from the audience. And finally, many of the layouts that I've seen, the level of craftsmanship and detail is always very impressive for a portable layout. This is an example of the Leicester station in the back and the freight yards near it. I just look at this, and the idea of people carrying this around as 2 or 3 shows a year just impresses me to no end. Now, any of those attributes are things you'd see in American layouts. But like I said, they seem to be more dominant for British layouts. What I see as different is that the British layouts tend to be much more single layouts versus modules that are being put together. They tend to be ones that are showing more realistic operations instead of the N-track model or the model that we'll have on a lot of other modular layouts, where you'll see a lot of trains just moving just to keep the audience happy. You'll see settings that are much more intended for small trains as opposed to the very large trains that we expect in the US. And there's a much more consistent approach for all of the module, or for all the parts of the layout being displayed. Now, that's, again, my take on what an exhibition layout is. You may have different ones, and look forward to your comments and questions about that. But for the 6 people who are going to be showing you layouts today, the questions I had for them is how they would design a layout like this for a North American prototype. And you're about to see the choices that some of your colleagues have decided on. They've specifically been asked, and we should be listening to all their presentations and hear about how they chose the location that they were doing, how they chose the track plan they were doing, how they designed it for operation, and most importantly, how they decided that they were going to be able to travel and carry this around. So, without further ado, we are going to show 6 presenters. 2 of them are remote for here. After the presentations, we're going to have a panel discussion with our layout designers, where we'll throw it open to questions from you all. So we're going to start off with Trevor Stavak in Maryland, who is going to tell us about the modular layout that the Chesapeake division of the NMRA built to take to clubs.
Good afternoon, and welcome to the Bay Area SIG Meet Layout Design Challenge. As the first presenter, off we go, and let's get started with the show. The Chesapeake division of the NMRA put together its own design challenge for a 2x8 portable layout, primarily to be displayed at local train shows. And we're going to talk today about the design, construction, and progress on the layout. The Bay Area SIG Meet Challenge was to design the exhibition layout with a North American prototype, maximum 2x24, sectional, covering the concept, and this is really the LDSIG's mantra, covering the concept or the story that we want to tell, the construction and footprint of the layout or the structure of the layout. And for the challenge, we want to talk about the portability and staging that's encompassed in it, as well as the operation. So we put together a challenge to the members of the division in order to develop this layout and teach our members and the public about aspects of the model railroading hobby, and have some fun with it, both at train show events, and we've set the layout up at division meets and regional conventions. We wanted to make it into a kind of contest, but we'll talk about that a little bit later as well. So our concept is that here we are on the Chesapeake Bay. We've got lots of railroads, and we're centered around the Baltimore area. So we've got the Pennsy, the B&O, the Western Maryland, and some local railroads, including the Canton Railroad. So we picked an imaginary area where we could have all those railroads interchange with each other. We designed a car float for the Western Maryland connection and a 3-track yard for the Pennsy, B&O, and Canton Railroad connection. We originally designed the railroad with, and this here being the 3-track connection. Nope. Need to go back. And these tracks here being the car float. Originally, the car float was to be removable, but we decided that with the portability requirement, we would make that trackage permanent and made it out of plywood and cut the water out from underneath it. And here we see the members hard at work, laying track, spreading caulk, and having some fun putting it together. The slide on the right shows the junction or joint between the two 2x4 sections. We found that to be larger than we liked, but with the taper and chamfer on the ends of the rails, we have not had a problem with running equipment over it, neither engines nor cars. So that has worked pretty well. So when we get into the structure, we've got two 2x4 sections with adjustable feet, and these are basically T-nuts, 6 on each side that can be make the frame level. And then we clamp the frame together with C-clamps. Top is styrofoam, and the backdrop is 3/4 ply and used as part of the transportation mechanism. You can see the hinge here that we use to bring the halves together. But for safety's sake, we use clamps. And I mentioned about the water area being cut out and made permanent. And if the barge was to move, there's a bulkhead here that can be used for barges or traffic coming to the dock area of the layout, which of course is called the Chesapeake City Railway and Dock Company. The turnouts are number 4 for conserving space. Track spacing 2 inches. All the turnouts are ground throws, or there's a couple of Atlas switches in the middle here that have a slide mechanism on. The power we're using is NCE DCC, and we put the booster either on the back of the layout or on the floor with a wire up to it. And the throttles get either plugged in at the end of the layout, or we're currently using a radio throttle, which is has other advantages, including the ability to program a visitor's layout if visitor's engine, if we have that opportunity. Some commercial structures were kit bashed to fit the space or scratch built. Here we have an oil loading and unloading terminal, which was built by Tom Casey, and who's an architect and really did a wonderful job pulling something together here. Tim Beatty built the Alexander crane and loading platform. We took 2 Rick's kits and put them together and scratch built them, lowered the height of the bridge over the tracks. And the buildings in the rear are kit bashed for angles and a hole in the end, and either Walters or DPM models, pieces put together and made into imaginary warehouses and industries. So transporting it, it takes 2 people to pack it up and prepare it for transport, and that can be done in about 30 minutes using minimal tools. And the process, of course, is pack everything up and then turn one half over and bolt it to the other half with some end caps with handles that will allow us to carry the 2x2x4 box with the layout in it. The hinges that you see here are kind of loosely fitted so that we can juggle them around in order to get the ends on. And these are just typical door hinges with a hinge pin to put the pieces together. Here you can see the 6 T-nuts that are used to level the layout on a typical 30-inch by 8-foot table that you'd get at a trade show. Operations are, we've designed it for really up to 3 operators, with 2 operators and a yardmaster agent on the small amount of real estate available, and typically operated from the aisle of the train show. And the interchange yard capacity is 14 cars, and the car floats will hold up to 8 cars. with 30 potential industry spots, with the number of cars that can be placed at industries, and track utilization at 50% in the yard and float utilization at 60 or 80%. We can get a good balance between inbound and outbound cars. We can transfer cuts between the two switchers at the runaround track. One operator handling the float and the tracks that are in the front of the layout, and the other handling the interchange yard and the industries to the rear of the layout. We thought about using car cards. We'd have problems with boxes overhanging into the aisle and deciding which bills to flip. So we went to switch lists, and we had handwritten the switch list. And in order to make a competition or contest for members or people coming up to a challenge to operate the layout at a train show, we tried to plan for some level of equanimity between what one switch list would offer and onto the next switch list. So we thought that moving 3 cars from the rear of an interchange track, moving those 3 cars to various interchanges or industries, and moving 1 car industry to industry would give us 4 cars of operation. And that typically winds up taking 20 to 30 minutes. So for moving that few cars, it becomes a fun layout to operate. Here we see the car float with its 8-car capability, the interchange yard with a total of 14 cars. And then we have various support trackage to get into the industries, work the yard, the float, and the runaround tracks here in essence, the center of the layout. So the question is, did we meet the challenge? Well, the members cooperated to build the layout. Here it's shown on display at the Timonium train show. We've set it up at an MER convention, and we've used it at annual meetings. We have found that we need a simpler way to generate switch lists. And here you can see a removable block that will keep cars from running into the deep. So, and this, of course, picture was taken before we added the bridge and some of the other industries. So there's more work to be done and more fun to be had. So there's additional structures we're planning. We want to attach the larger structures to the layout to make it easier to move and easier to pack. We want to paint all the rail, add some more scenery, weather everything, paint the fascia. One thing we want to do is reduce the height of the backdrop so that there's a smaller quote unquote box to try and put into someone's vehicle. The 24-inch height can be challenging to some of the hatchbacks. And we want to do a better job with the switch list program for basically automating the switch lists. And thank you for the opportunity to present, and whatever questions we have, we're happy to try and answer. Thank you.
So we do have Travers. Travers has another engagement after this, so we're going to answer questions. He's going to ask for questions now. Does anyone have questions for our first presenter? The question is, Travers, the question from the physical audience is, how long did it take to build this, start to finish?
We started, I'd say, 5 years ago. With the COVID interruption, we have not steadily worked on it. I think getting the location to do the work has been an issue, and we have one member who has volunteered his train room to do the assembly work on the layout, and that room doesn't have a lot of room, so that we're looking at 4 people or so to gather around. And I'd say that a layout like this, once the trackage arrangement is designed but not necessarily formed for the available space, could be done in probably 6 months for wiring it up, doing some scenery. Building the various structures has been a volunteer basis, and that went very quickly in the beginning from the early photos that you can see. And then lately it's taken a little more time to encourage people to volunteer to commit to some industries and doing scenery. It takes the time in terms of painting, putting ground cover down. And as you can see, we've gotten maybe a quarter of the way done with that.
Do we have any questions from the virtual audience? Any other questions from the in-person audience? Travers, are there any photos online?
No, not really. There have been a couple of clinics put together for the division, and then of course this one. And Robert, are we recording this in terms of making the clinics available post?
I believe
this
so.
session?
Yes.
Yeah, so people in chat, Travers, want to know, did you guys all have fun?
Absolutely. It's been great. It's been really interesting at the train show, where most people are reluctant to take the throttle to their hands. However, the kids, teenagers mostly, will jump in and they just have a blast with it.
Cool. Thank you very much for sharing this, Travers.
Thanks for the opportunity.
So our second presenter is Brooks Moses, and Brooks is going to show us what happens when you think about a layout based only on a coal mine.
Hello. Yeah, so I'm Brooks Moses. One of the things that's kind of driving this idea was I grew up in the mountains near West Virginia and near the New River and Norfolk and Western and Virginia and Railroad coal mining territory. And so this is kind of drawing on some of that nostalgia. It's based on a West Virginia coal mine. But before I get into the layout that I designed, I wanted to show a little bit of some of the influences that I had for the idea of exhibition layouts. And this is one, there's a YouTube channel that I follow called Laurie's Mechanical Marvels. He does real railroads and model railroads and restoring fire engines and all kinds of things. But he bought at some point from a friend this exhibition layout called the Skull Railway. And so one of the kind of key ideas here is we're focusing on a single scene. This is sort of a vignette. And within this, the track plans can be quite simple. You can see in this layout, we've got one turnout. Operation is obviously equally simple. Basically, you drive the train in, you pick up a coal car, or you drop off a coal car, or you move it from one track to the other. But it was clear from the videos with this, he has a lot of fun with just driving. Partly this is O scale, so you get a lot of detail in there, but just driving the train back and forth and picking up the cars. And another interesting thing that it kind of came from this wasn't one he built. This is one that he bought from the guy that built it, because that guy was like, okay, I've had my fun with this layout. I want to build another one. You can sell these on to somebody else. So I was sort of taking inspiration from a lot of that. And particularly the idea that we're doing kind of this vignette. There is, when I was doing computational simulations, there was a joke going around of, how do you fit an elephant in a refrigerator? You put the trunk in the refrigerator, and then everything else is just a source term. And that's kind of what's going on here. We're modeling, how do you fit an entire railroad in a little box? You pick one piece of it, and then everything, and then you have your staging yards that kind of move the stuff in and out of that one piece. So the piece I'm looking at, as I said, is a coal mine in West Virginia, kind of circa 1950 or so. Basically, we'd have this branch line going up a valley into the mountains, generally fairly steep wooded valleys. And at the end of there's this coal mine, has loading tracks kind of going under the tipple and a yard for sorting cars. And so once a day or so, you'd have the mine turn, bringing a set of empties up. And basically what they would do is they would spot the empties up under the tipple, but they're always on slopes, so they'd be kind of on the uphill end of the slope. They'd spot the empty cars there. They would retrieve the full ones, but this is kind of complex. Your mind doesn't just produce coal as some general undifferentiated thing. There's all kinds of varieties and grades of what size it is and this kind of thing. And so they basically have all of the cars would get pre-sold at the mine. So you'd have maybe a couple of dozen cars there. A dozen of them are allocated to various people at the other end of the railroad. So your mine turn engine would pick up the specific cars that have been sold, leaving the other ones behind, and go back down the mountain. And then meanwhile, during the rest of the day, they'd basically use gravity to run the empty cars under the tipple and fill them back up for the next train. And this is, generally a Norfolk and Western Y-class mallet, or maybe one of the smaller Z-class 2662s, but fairly good sized locomotive. And let's see. So this is kind of the general track plan that I was thinking of for doing this. And this one, we kind of start with the idea that you've got, for a reasonable train here, we've got the engine, maybe 8 or 9 hopper cars, and a caboose. So that ends up being about 5 feet long. And then we've got basically our coal mine tipple needs to have room for the cars to be kind of on the uphill end, on the downhill end. So that ends up being about another 5 feet. So we're sort of dividing this guy up into 3 5-foot sections. You've got staging at the far left-hand end here where the train comes in. You've got basically passing siding in the middle where the train is when it gets to the town. And then we've got our storage yard and our tipple area. And so basically I've designed this so that you've got, in effect, it's kind of a loop. You've got the track shown at the top here in blue is staging track around the back. And then the track in black is the visible track at the front. And so what we end up with, there are kind of 2 ways you can do coal hoppers, because you can see when a coal hopper is loaded or empty. And the hard way is you actually fill it with scale coal and empty it, which is fun if that's what you want to do, but I imagine that becomes very messy when you're trying to do that at an exhibition. So what we instead do is basically empty cars go around this loop basically clockwise. So they're always going from staging up to the tipple and then around back. And loaded cars go the other way. And so effectively what we do here with the tipple, we've got this transfer block that can slide up and down. The tipple sits here kind of in front of it. So this is, if we're thinking about this theatrically, this is kind of off in the wings. So basically we can push the empty cars through the tipple up into the wings, switch them in staging out for full cars, and then the full cars basically are pushed as if they're rolling by gravity back into the visible part of the layout. And then kind of the other end, it's a little bit easier there to use a swivel table rather than a transfer table, but it's the same kind of idea. Where effectively, this guy swivels up, so you run the train onto that, swivel it down, run it here. And so then you basically, when you take a full train of loads in, you swap those out for empties using your staging and bring that back the other way. And I think that was all I had on that slide. Next one was looking at sort of some of the scenery here. And yeah, this is basically, I mean, the nice thing about a mountain valley is that visually it's not a very deep space. You kind of look across the valley and there's this mountainside right there. And so we can use that for our backdrop, if it's, 20 inches tall, you've got maybe a little bit of sky right at the top, but most of that is hillside up covered in trees. As I said, we've got basically the tipple here and a bunch of trees there that's hiding the transfer table in a way that it's not really, we're trying to make it kind of like the theatrical wings where it's disappearing into the scenery rather than visibly going through a tunnel. We can relatively easily do the same thing at the other end, kind of have trees go out here. From viewing area, you can see that there's a gap in the trees, but you can't see what's in that gap. So the gap can kind of curve around like this, and the track actually goes straight. So that kind of hides that. And then we've got, generally a station when there's a passenger train coming up and standard general scenery in the middle. I talked a bit about the operation, but more specifically what's going on when our train comes in. Basically, we start with the empty train on the swivel table, drives into the upper track on the passing siding. The engine cuts off, and at that point, there's going to be loads that have come out of the tipple. So it needs to sort those into the storage yard, pull any cars out of the storage yard that have been sold and need to be in the outgoing train. And then once it's basically sorted cars and cleared out the tipple, basically uses the other end of this passing siding. And here we're kind of doing a trick to save space. The left-hand end of that passing siding isn't a turnout. We're just using the swivel table for that, which is basically this giant stub turnout. So the engine basically drives onto that, swivels back, pushes the empty cars back in. And at that point, it's basically, once the empties are loaded into the mine, it's at a point to basically pick up its full cars and start with its trip back. And so it drives back onto the swivel table. And then our final bit is train goes to staging, swaps out its stuff. We run the transfer table up, swap out empties for fulls, put the transfer table back, and probably have some sort of little pushing mechanism that in, steps that look like we're moving a car length and then filling it, runs the hoppers back out into the visible space. And yeah, so that's basically what's going on there. One of the things that I wanted to mention from operations, kind of doing an operating session yesterday and doing some switching. This is a fairly switching heavy layout. And if you're doing this as an exhibition with normal setups, you've got kind of leaning over this thing with your audience in front of you to unswitch it. But the fun thing is that there are things you can do on an exhibition layout that you don't really need to do or can't really do on a full layout. These hopper car, the loaded hopper cars, we never see them, we always see them from one side. So on the back side, we can put large numbers so we can tell exactly which car we're looking for and make that out. The other fun thing is the complicated switching we're doing is always with the loaded cars. So we could put, for instance, a DCC powered little solenoid coupler on it that will uncouple it remotely wherever it is. And then with the empty cars, those are basically all running in 4-car blocks. The only place that they're being uncoupled in the visible area is right up here under the mine tipple. There's plenty of space to put a magnetic uncoupler for those. So that would be a thing where you could much more reliably than trying to do it reaching over, do your switching without having hand of God coming in from the top all the time. Anyway, kind of looking at this, some conclusions I had. We're using the staging quite heavily to represent the rest of the world. The staging is a very integral part of the operation of this layout. Also, I noticed at least the version of the rules that I read said 16 feet rather than 24 feet. But regardless, with the train we're trying to do with American trains in HO scale, fitting something like this in much less than 16 feet is quite difficult, just because even the short line trains are a substantial fraction of that length. And yeah, using things like the transfer tables and swivel table and so forth is a big part also of making this work in a space where we can't do full curves. So I believe that's my presentation. I hope I haven't gone too much over our 10 minutes, and I think the questions are at the end of the session. So I'll pass it back to Rob.
Thank you very much, Brooks. If anyone has a quick question on the layout, feel free to ask. Otherwise, we'll move on to the next presenter.
Basically, from the customer side or the audience side, the locomotive on the right side of the kind of cars. But the fiddle yard, to work it, you'd have to have the engine on the left side of the kind of cars.
Right.
You just fiddle the engine to do that?
Yeah, you could either, so we had question about, since we've got the engine on one end of the cut of cars when it goes back on the visible part, and then with the staging, it kind of needs to be on the other end of the cut. I thought about that. We could put a runaround on the section there, would be one easy way to do it. Another easy way to do it would be to have a second locomotive on the back. One interesting thing you can do with that is, if we're using a locomotive with sound, to add that kind of feature to the layout, that means that we could basically be doing the visible stuff with the sound equipped locomotive, but doing our staging with a silent locomotive that's not distracting from the visible part. Yeah, you're welcome.
Thanks, Brooks. Our next presenter is going to be Mike O'Dorney. Just as a reminder, if you're curious about layouts like this, Ian Rice, who you've seen in Model Railroader, has written books on this. This is the US, one of his US layout books, which has lots of things that have loops in them. But if you go search on the web, you can actually find all the books from Britain, which are not loops. They tend to be layouts like what we're seeing here, little modular layouts that can be moved around. And so he has a lot of construction hits. So go look on international model railway sites to find books like these. So Mike is going to talk about doing an exhibition layout for a very American industrial scene.
Hi, I'm Mike O'Dorney, and I picked a topic, two topics. One is I'm using TT scale. Some of you may not be familiar with TT. It's a little smaller than HO and a little bigger than N scale. TT is handy for operations because the cars are a little bit heavier, so they don't kind of fall off the tracks, and they're a little bit bigger, so you can still read the numbers. But I do a lot of modules, and modules in TT are handy because you can actually fit a Y in a standard 4-foot by 30-inch module. You can make a Y and reverse your trains, whereas in HO you can't really do that. You can do it in, obviously you can do it in N. And a muse is a British word, and a muse is essentially an alley that's behind a house or a business. And the muse is where you have your horses and carriages, and above it is usually a place for the servants to live, usually the chauffeur, but also the cook and the other maids and the butlers and all that that you have in your British household. In the 60s, muse houses, there's quite a few of them in the East Coast, in Boston, New York City, and muse would be converted to residences. And technically, muse is more than an alley because a muse is an address. So if you had a, say, Q Street in Sacramento, the muse houses behind Q Street would be called, you know, your address on Q Street would be 119 Q Street, but the muse behind you would be 119 Q Muse. So they actually were legal addresses. So people, there was a very popular trend in the mid 60s to convert these into some really nice houses in places like New York City, where you'd actually have a detached separate house itself in a big city like New York or Boston. Now, muse became very popular in Britain, and Hermann Göring, which was the head of the Luftwaffe, was trying to bomb all the British aircraft factories, but the Brits were smart. They created an airplane called the Mosquito, which was made out of essentially plywood. It was a British form of plywood. And Hermann Göring said, every piano factory in England is making Mosquito airplanes. How can I bomb them? And they were made in muse. People would actually have the back of their store where they're actually, you know, when they're building pianos in the front, they'd be building airplanes in the back, and the Germans couldn't bomb them. So it'd be interesting in modeling to have one of the muse where somebody was actually making a British Mosquito fighter to be a little piece of character. Now, big bug. This is based on a club, the Sacramento Model Railroad Historic Society. There's a few members here too. This is an absolutely great club. They take guest operators for operating sessions. One of the most popular jobs on this railroad is this R Street Industries, where you get it's a branch line type setup. You get a string of cars, and you have to drop off and pick up 10 cars, and it's just a lot of fun, and it's very popular. And when I was operating this, and I got the idea, why don't I make this myself so I can make it at home and get really good at running R Street, so that when I come to the club meetings, I'm really good at running R Street. And the way it works is, like most layouts, when you finish a train, you can go to the dispatcher and say, you got any more trains? And if you finish fast enough, you can get an extra train. So this is the handout they use at the club, and this is actually off of their website, and it's a great club. You should certainly, if you can get to Sacramento on the first Friday of every month, this is a fun layout to operate. Now, what I've done is researched more about the actual buildings on this part of the layout, and this is the Western Pacific schematic. And it's actually a hybrid of both Western Pacific, Southern Pacific, and I believe Sacramento Northern is in there. And also the CCT, which is a small switching railroad that comes up from Stockton. And the upper picture is from Western Pacific. The bottom one is from historic aerials. And historic aerials and Sanborn maps are your friend. And you can see how the track work is kind of the same on both of them. And you can see here how one of these laser? Nope. This track here is down the middle, and that's actually the Muse track. And it's, you know, because Western Pacific ran down the Muse, and Southern Pacific actually ran in the street, and then kind of a combination of both. So, and then this is a Sanborn map where typical Sanborn colors. A yellow building is yellow wood. A red building, it looks purple, but it's really a brick building, and the blue ones are stone. And you can get not only the buildings, but the fences and the names of the companies and all that. So it's a good way of researching these companies. And the club has indexed all of the industries and what they would ship. This is kind of like the spins maps. This is the Western Pacific list of all the industries that you would switch. So there's something like 40 industries on this one piece of layout. And then this is the actual commodities shipped and what the industries have and how many cars you can fit, how many 40s and how many 50s you can fit with each one of the industries. And then if you're going to be learning how to operate another layout, you really want to copy their control panel, because half of the skill of running a yard or an area in a layout is learning where the switches are and where they relate to the actual physical switches on the layout. So you want to model both. You want to put in some tortoises and put in some switches and make a control panel, because that's really, my objective was really learning how to run our street really well. And the job is particularly, whoops, did I lose something? Projected died, okay. Well, there are lots of switching, juggling, and moving cars in the yard. You are on a branch line, so you got all the time in the world. So when dispatch gets you into our street, you take your own sweet time. So you can really, first time you do it, it takes forever. The fourth or fifth time, it takes half of forever, and but it still takes a while. The guest operators are allowed at the club, but this is a very popular job, so you may or may not get it. I wanted to model it at home to practice, so when I come to the club, I'm good at it. And the buildings themselves lend themselves to a British prototype, so you can make them look very Britishy because it's a line, a bunch of two-story buildings all lined up. And in TT, it'll fit into a 16-foot set of modules. And if you did it in HO, it would take 24 feet. Or if you did it in HO and used British rolling stock, which is smaller, you might be able to get an awful lot of it into 16 feet. Don't know how well you can see this, but I have it done in any rail up here. Oh, we got back. Good. Okay. Okay, we were last here. There's lots of space in the actual layout at the club. If you were to copy it at home, you still have some extra room to put in some extra industries and extra spurs. This is what the street looks like in the layout. The club layout looks like this. You can see most of the buildings are two-story buildings, and there's plenty of room. And you get to switch a lot. This is the actual street itself in real life, and with the track running down the middle of the street. Since then, it's been heavily remodeled. The buildings you see on the left are the typical older ones. The ones in the distance that are 3 and 4 stories high are clearly more modern buildings. Here's another view of one of the buildings. That's very typical, with a brick building and a metal frame building with a metal siding. That's what you would have. And then here's an aerial shot looking west towards the river. And down here, you're about 6th Street on the bottom. And as you go up, you can see how some of the buildings are in this map that were on the railroad, with the Dahlman Supply in the middle, which is a pentagonal building with the corner cut off. That's very typical. And this is how it fits into 16 feet using any rail. And by cutting it up into 4 modules, you could make it into 4 48 by 24 inch modules. And even better, you can make it into the 1 meter modules. The nice thing about a 1 meter module is that they fit in ordinary cars. 4 feet's a bit wide, but 1 meter module will fit into most cars. And if you stack them, you could stack them and and fit 3 in the back seat and 2 in the passenger seat and actually transport all 5 modules. You would want to build a module such that the ribs and such on the bottom would be spaced such that they would fit. And as you see, our street's made up a bunch of cross streets, so your ribs would go on the cross street, and the buildings could come up in between the ribs. And obviously, you got to watch where you put your tortoise machines too. So it's possible to. Okay, yeah. Seth has Seth's got small switch. Yes, shameless plug here. See the man in the green shirt for switch motors. They're much more reliable than our projector. And and how would you make it more British? And I don't know if you can see this one here. In this picture, I have added a number of sidings and industries, which is more than what the club has, but it would give you a lot more operating fun at home. Even more so, I have been on layouts like this where you had 2 operators. And one of the things when you have 2 operators, you got to work with your buddy because you want to use a switch lead, which is some of the industries that he wants to switch. So you have to coordinate and work back and forth. And you could add a backdrop to hide the mainline tracks. The tracks on the top and the bottom are actually main lines. You could use, you put the backdrops that you hid the back tracks to use that as a staging area. You could put in a passenger depot, even though this acts like a end of the line for a passenger depot. So you could put on a little automated, kind of like what with Dave Park's layout, where you had automation. You could automate a little doodle bug or a small passenger train going from one end to the other, which would be entertaining for the public at a show. And you would have adjustable height, adjustable legs. So depending on the show, you would have more height for railroaders like us, but a lower layout for kids and people who just want to look down on it. And you could have a small shunting loco go back and forth, and you would have street vendors. You could add a lot of Britishisms, such as, fish and chips, push carts, and the other usual vendors you find on the streets of there we go. You can see here the heavy black track is the stuff I've added, and then on the top and the bottom you would see tracks that would act as staging on the club layout. The bottom tracks are the main line, and the upper tracks are main line, other parts of main line that go past. And you could add more industries. Since it's your own home layout, you can put anything you want on it. All right. Hey, good man. You have street vendors, fish and chips, pubs, signage. One thing you can do is Metcalf Models makes a lot of British buildings in HO. You could get them and then take them down to Kinko's and have them reduce 75% to make TT scale buildings. And as far as equipment goes, there's a British company, Hatton's or Hornby. Hornby just came out with a lot of TT locomotives and rolling stock. A lot of locomotives look Britishy, but you could make or get from Shapeways. You could get bodies to go on them to make them look like British ones. You use blocks of wood to make box cars and other cars. So since you're operating, you're not too hung up on how realistic the equipment looks. You would have a number of ways of replicating. If you wanted to replicate the club exactly, you would want to include the control panel, or for your own use, you can add extra car spots because our street didn't have tank cars, cattle cars, or covered hoppers, but you could put that in. You could put in industries that would use those kind of cars, so you could have a more diverse car mix. You use the main lines to stage. You can split it in half, because even half of it would work as a pretty good layout. And there's a layout in the Midwest near Indianapolis. A gentleman has a rating system, A, B, C, and D. So if you're a rookie, it gives you an easy switch job, and if you're an experienced guy, it gives you a killer one. See, so you could have all trailing point moves, separate your setouts and pickups, so you're not really moving. You know, you go to an industry, you either do one thing or the other. And you get all the way down to expert, where your setouts and pickups are blocked by other cars. You got to do runarounds. There's no one place to put your whole train. One of the challenges with this at the club is that the first thing you want to do when you get off the main line is find a place to hide your caboose, because you got to hide your caboose and pick it up to go home. So clearly you look at your cars and say, okay, where's an industry that doesn't get switched? And you stick the caboose there. But there are 4 runarounds, so it's not too difficult. And the 2-man operation, you would have 4 stage trains. You would work in sequence. One would have one side, one would have the east side, one have the west. When you're done, if you did it right, I don't know if you've seen Robert Petow's small layout that he brings to shows. When you're done, you're set up for the next operating session. So if you do it right, and one of the tricks you can do with a lot of these layouts is that your cars and your numbers of the cars can be in order, such that all of the zeros are on the left, and then the 1s, then the 2s, and the 3s. So as you go across the layout, you can quickly look and see all your cars, that they're all roughly in the right geography. Or you can even have unique railroad names where you only have one Pennsy car, one, Rio Grande car, one, Erie car. And you could also use this as a good training layout for conventions. And portability, 4 feet fits in a lot of vans and SUVs. 1 meter fits in most cars. If you stack them, you can fit them in a car. The stacking holes allow things to be lined, so when you stack them, you don't slide around. And you could automate it with 2 freight shuttles and a passenger shuttle, so it would just go back and forth to entertain the public at a show. So that's my approach to a Britishy looking layout.
Thank you, Mike. Are there any quick questions about Mike's design?
Yes. Well, I'm wondering, because we have Long Beach. We have coming up in 1.5 years. Well, yeah. Next Saturday you can operate this. And you can, if you're an NMRA member, you can go to any NMRA meeting, even if it's not your division. So, as far as I know, that's allowed. I think if you all descended on the SMRHS, they'd be kind of, you'd be working with 4-man crews, but. Okay. So, yeah. But then there's some members of the club here that can give you more information, because I don't want to. Yes, this gentleman here. Yes, this is a great club. I mean, these people are wonderful people. I'm not official member, so I can't speak for them, but I can certainly say how good they are. So
I might also say this is the layout design challenge, not the layout building challenge. And so it may be up to the rest of us to actually go off and build one of these.
There you go. And well, if we can get enough people doing TT for the Long Beach in 2024, we get a few people on the West Coast to do TT. So this may be possible to be done.
So thank you again, Mike. So our next submission is from Cal Sexsmith in Saskatchewan. Once again, this is a very international event. Cal is going to be joining us by video, but he will be in the panel discussion at the end. I believe he said it was cold. I didn't ask how cold.
Hello, everyone. I'm going to be sharing my screen here shortly to show you my entry for the 2023 various SIG Meet layout design contest. Okay, let us continue with my entry in the design challenge. The prototype I'm basing it on is primarily based on the Canadian Pacific Yard in the city of Prince Albert, Saskatchewan, as well as some adjacent industrial trackage switched by the Canadian National. In the 1970s and 80s, all trains backed into the yard and pulled out. This means that trains do not have to be returned in staging. The yard was abandoned in the 1990s. For most of my high school years, I went past the engine house on my way to school. I also rail fanned the yard from 14th Street. This is a map of the city of Prince Albert and the rail lines. The CP trackage is shown in red right here. This is 14th Street, and it was wide open to the yard, a public street, and it was all right there. There was a freight shed at this end, an engine house at this end, a small yard in between. The rest of the trackage is all Canadian National trackage. This is the former Grand Trunk Pacific yard, the former Canadian Northern yard. Canadian Pacific accessed the city by trackage rights. So a train coming in from the CP at Lanigan would come in this way, around the Y, and then back into the yard. To go back to Lanigan, it would pull out of the yard, back around the Y, all the way up to Union Station so they could get their clearances and train orders, and then pull out. Trains coming in from the north would do similar. They come in this way, pull down, back in, coming out, pull down, back out, pull up to Union Station, get their orders, and continue on. So this CPR yard on the layout captures the feel of the prototype by having the freight house at one end and the engine house at the other. The engine house had to be reduced from 4 stalls to 2. The yard tracks have been greatly shortened. The prototype was double-ended with some additional stub tracks ending at the freight house. The Grand Trunk Pacific yard is greatly simplified. The number of industries is greatly reduced, but the types of industries are similar. The stockyards, northern wood preservers, and the interchange were added to hide the staging tracks. I tried to balance the length of staging and the length of the yard. The layout is shown in 2 sections. For transport, 3 or 4 would probably be better. So here is the track plan. I also did a car capacity by putting in little HO scale cars on here. This is the yard itself. We have the freight shed. We have the engine house, engine servicing facilities, a fuel tank, sand house, and at one time a water tank. That was long gone, but the foundation lasted right up until the yard was abandoned. There were a couple of industries here, North American Lumber and Fairman Brothers Wholesale. The track adjacent to 14th Street was also used as a team track. As I said, the Grand Trunk Pacific yard in reality was actually larger than the CP yard and served a wide variety of industries. I do show it here with the CNR freight shed, a couple of bulk oil depots, British American and North Star, Saskatchewan Leak Pool elevator. There actually were a total of 3 elevators in this area, plus a seed plant, and then the Econo lumber yard at this end. Northern wood preservers and the northern stockyards were adjacent to both these yards, not quite in this location, as likewise the interchange track, but it worked out to be quite handy to hide the staging, which was a real challenge in doing this. I think with any of these British style exhibition layouts is to get enough staging track for a North American sized train, even a short one, and still have enough room to get it successfully into the yard. As I said, the trains can be in here with the engines on this end. They can back in, do their work, pull out, and no need to turn them around in staging. CN trains, because they were simply switch jobs coming in from the old Canadian Northern yard, the engine could be at either end, it could be in the middle of the cut even. They would come in, switch their industries, and go back out again. Here are some photos that I took of the prototype. Judging by the hood of the car, I think that's my 1979 AMC Concorde DL, if you remember those things. So that would put it sometime between 79 and 84. You can see a train, I believe it's probably just backing into the yard I guess I would suspect I took this. I used to detour my way to work down this road sometimes. There you can see the sand house. Here is a tank car sitting at the fuel servicing. And you can see the Grand Trunk Yard on this side. You can see one of the several grain elevators. This is Canadian Northern Seeds here. This photograph I took out of the book on Canadian Pacific's Western Depots by Chuck Bohai and Les Cosma. And it shows what the Canadian Pacific Freight Office looked like. Nice brick office in front. The building is still there. It's all been covered with steel siding with the exception of this little keystone saying 1930. I suspect that was a condition when CP sold the building that they didn't want their name on it anymore. I think they should have just covered this part and left the rest of the brick exposed. This is a photo I took from the other end, the business end of the freight house. At one time, there were tracks in this area. By this point, they've been removed. This one track still exists along here for a team track. These little mounds here, for those of you not from snow country, this is in the spring with the melting snow, and because they add sand and salt to the snow for traction, as it melts, all the sand comes to the surface and they get these dark piles. This is a photo of the engine house taken by my friend John Sutherland. That's his motorcycle in front there. Only these two stalls were in service at the time. The other two were leased to a local ready mix company that store their cement mixtures in there. You can see the edge of the fuel tank here. I like the old steam engine headlamps mounted on top of the structure. There's a close-up of the sand house. Again, this appears to be taken early spring. You can see a few piles of snow left. And then the stockyards had this nice two-story brick office building. You can see the far end of the cattle pens here and even a stock car sitting there, which would date this probably from before about 1982, which I think was the last year they moved stock by rail out of Western Canada. Might have been a year or two after that. Interesting with this building, how they built this little plywood entrance shack in front of the main doors. And then you can see a modern addition here, and then the big stockyard signs up on the roof. And I do have one picture that I found in the Bill Smiley archives with the local historical society of the CN freight shed being demolished. And they date this picture to 1965, which makes sense because I see a 1965 Ford parked there. Again, you can see one of the grain elevators. So, operating scheme. And so, as I see it, the three-track staging yard would hold three trains. A CPR through freight with a GP9, a CPR way freight or mixed train with an RS-23, and a CNR switch job with an SW900. These were the common locomotives that would have been used on these trains. Both the CPR trains would be arranged to back into the CPR yard. The CNR train could be in any order and wouldn't have a caboose that is simply a switch run. As an alternative to the three-track staging yard, cassettes would probably work well for staging. So just a bit of an example of things might work. So the CPR through freight would arrive and the engine would go to the shop. The train would be classified. It would be cars for local industries, cars for the PAPCO pulp mill, which mostly be empty box cars and chemicals, and cars for the way freight. Way freight would arrive and its engine would go to the shop, and this train would also be classified. It would have cars for the pulp mill, mostly pulpwood and wood chips, and cars to go on the through freight. There would be no cars typically for local industries. Then you could run the PAPCO train out to the pulp mill. This would usually use the S3 yard switcher. After arrival and staging, the consist could be fiddled, so when it came back. And this was run as a proper train complete with caboose. The switcher, again, the S3, could work the local industries. So on the CP side, it would work the CPR Freight House, the CPR Team Track, Behrman Brothers, North American Lumber. The stockyards were jointly accessed, so they could work the stockyards, and of course the CN interchange track. The CN switcher would be somewhat similar, although it would come in from staging. It would work the CNR Freight House, the CNR Team Track, Squeak Pool Elevator, the British American North Star Oil Spurs, Econo Lumber, Northern Wood Preservers, the Stockyards, and of course the interchange. At this point, you can start bringing trains back in. So the POPCO train could come in and its train could be classified. Again, and then you could have both the way freight depart and the through freight. The way freight, the branch line it served had sawmills, pulpwood spurs, grain elevators, stock pens, bulk oil depots, and team tracks, so a wide variety of cars. Again, the through freight would simply gather up the cars heading out that way and depart, and then you repeat. Thank you for watching. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
So Cal will be on the panel at the end, so we'll save questions for that. I really like Cal's layout just because of the use of the backing move on the prototype trackage and the X-shaped staging in the back. It seemed like a really nice merging of the prototype and what was needed for staging. Our fifth layout design is coming from Richard Brennan, who is taking the very interesting application of existing modules and turning them into an exhibition layout.
So the history of this is I'm also a TT scale guy. I have been participating with a group up in Vancouver called the TT Tracks Group. And the primary places for that are at the VTE, the Vancouver Train Expo, and we did the NMRA National in Salt Lake City. The VTE is exactly 962 miles from my front door. So it's a heck of a ride. But as Michael Darney said, meter modules fit beautifully in most sedans. So next slide. Oh, I get the other one. There it is. Okay. So what this is this is a series of vignettes, of snapshots as you would work your way north on the Mulford line, which happens to be right behind my house. So starting out at the right-hand edge there, some of you have seen Seth's layout, may have seen the excellent model done by Earl Gerbevin. His is an entirely different structure. His is Lehigh Cement, located just off Highway 880. Mine, of course, is Calaveras Cement, located amazingly in the same place, just off of 880, but it was the earlier name of the same building. So each one is a real place that I can point to and say, this does it. By the way, the lead for that cement tower does come off the Mulford line. It transits through a residential neighborhood to get there. The second one is the Western Electric Distribution Center in San Leandro. I'm a WECO guy, hired in 1970, so got to have the place where you used to work, complete with the official flash lettering sign. The sub-distribution center next to it. San Leandro is known for best tractor, and therefore Caterpillar Tractor was founded in San Leandro. So you've got to have that to say San Leandro. How many places have a Ghirardelli chocolate box structure mounted at the top of their processing towers in their factory? So it's a hollow, clear room up on top of the towers, and I just couldn't resist modeling that. These two are old photographs, the black and whites, but I said, well, what if they existed as is? So I wanted the Del Monte Cannery. Let's see, that was my summer job in 1967, Del Monte number 3, down off of Augeray. And so I don't know if it had the big sign that said Del Monte San Leandro, but I'm going to put it on there just so it fixes the location. The next is probably the most photogenic structure built by the Southern Pacific, the lovely and modellogenic Mulford yard. What? Yes. Color, everything. It's just wonderful. Have to have it. And of course, Pacific Oxygen. Why Pacific Oxygen? Helium cars. Come on. Why would, So they were served as a redistribution center for places like Lawrence Livermore Labs to get helium and other fancy argon, all those kinds of gases delivered by rail. Then it was repackaged and shipped out to Lawrence Livermore. So my next slide here. So TT Tracks is a modular standard developed up in British Columbia. It's 300 deep, which is almost exactly a foot, by 500 long. I said, 500 is too small. That's like a postage stamp. So I'll do a double. So that's a meter. And then I'll do 2 of them. So that's a double, if you've had hamburgers recently. It's set up for mainline running, which is these 2 tracks that are set up with Cato licensed unitrack style, but TT gauge made by Tillig. And the operating scheme in that exhibit is one train runs round and round clockwise and the other train runs round and round counterclockwise. And that's it. So I want a little more than that. So this is currently built and was, as it was exhibited in Salt Lake City in 2019, but I'm tearing out the middle track because a new product came from Germany, which was wider radius turnouts. So I didn't like the really sharp ones. You can see I've redone them here, but they're like number 4s, and the new ones are 10-degree turnouts. Okay, let's see, next slide. So what am I going to do with this to turn it into a British style exhibition layout? Add an additional 1 meter section, add a transfer table. I considered a sector plate, but I couldn't make it work mechanically in terms of the location. Sorry, did I turn my mic off? Okay. Add a hidden staging behind the backdrop and build a proscenium arch for it. So here's the track plan. Here's how it will look. This is all the existing track plan. All these buildings I laser cut from either acrylic or MDF. They're all done except the Mulford building. They're all physically done, but not detailed. The modules are 3 inches deep. They're blue foam, quite rigid, and packed beautifully in the car. Oops. And let's see what happened here. There we go. Transfer table. I've shown a double track transfer table. Probably only need 1, but I wanted to have the option of parking the transfer at the front and allowing a continuous run through so that the entire new section could still be integrated into the TT Tracks display layout if they chose to, because it wouldn't interfere. There are some different size modules. And then finally, what would it look like from the front? It would look framed with the proscenium arch. The British are very fond of putting some kind of a location place. So Mulford is obviously the place that this has to be. That's my concept. I think it's very extensible to taking existing modules that you might have and just say, what would it take for me to frame this out and then make it as a standalone so that I could operate it? If you look back at the transfer table and the yard, in TT scale, in 1 meter, I can get about 6 cars per track. So I can have 3 tracks full of replacement trains, 1 track empty for the turnaround, and then we can have 6 cars coming in to shuffle in the track plan. That's it.
Do we have any a quick question for Richard about the design?
Combination of Illustrator and PowerPoint. The renderings of the layout, it's all done in Illustrator. I'm a sign and decals guy, so my signs are all done in Illustrator, and the signs are all correct. If you go back and look at, oh, that's off. The signs are all correct for the buildings. Was there a question over here? Yes.
What do you do about runaround? Because you've got big
Short cars, 1 engine, short engine, short car, 1 car. So I could also do a 500 millimeter extension off the far side to allow a larger runaround. There is a crossing, and then the transfer table plus the crossing constitutes the runaround.
And that's actually the second layout that's done that.
Because Brooks also did.
Oh, okay.
Brooks layout also used the transfer table, used the
it's a
sector
good
plate.
cheat. Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you, Richard. Our final presenter before we go to questions is Doug Smith. And Doug took one of the ideas I was really hoping somebody was going to go with, which was what would happen if you built a layout around an engine terminal?
accelerating button goes forward, the stall button goes backwards. Two small buttons. There we are.
Okay, thank you very much. Got to take advantage of the chair here because I've had a knee operation done. Bristol, Tennessee, Bristol, Virginia, two towns separated by the center line on State Street. Norfolk and Western runs into the north end of town. Southern Railway runs into the south end of town. So as the trains hand off on one railroad to the other, this is a train that is headed southbound. You just had the Southern Railway power lash up to it. The Norfolk and Western engine you can see there is running light and backwards back towards the engine terminal, which has been, it's about the fourth engine terminal that was built in Bristol. As power got bigger and this got to be able to be served by the articulated locomotives. And my phone just went dead. Anyway, this is the new engine terminal that was built or designed as in 1926. This went to a much larger turntable. This was the fourth turntable roundhouse combination that was in town for Bristol. This one was actually sized for the newer articulated locomotives. The 2882s were very much in service at this time. They didn't have the Class A's yet, but this was all fast and high speed running up and down the valley here. As you can see, in the 50s, Southern Railway got rid of their engine terminal, and a deal was made so that everything was run through this one service facility up at Beaver Creek, and this is about a mile north of the Union Station in Bristol. You can see Southern was running all kinds of diesels at the time. Time frame of the layout was 1957. Southern had fully dieselized 5 years before that. Norfolk and Western, not so much. They were still running about 80% steam and 20% diesel, but for the purposes of this particular layout, we're sticking with steam on this. But everything happened side by side. The area that I chose to model, how we had to change the layout around, was to straighten out the yard a little bit, add the Southern diesel terminal up at the top. I took out one mainline track and left one in there. So what happens is to the south, off to the left-hand side of this sketch, about a mile is where the station is. It's where that first handoff photograph was taken. That happened to be in 1952. But so we straightened out that part of the layout there so it would fit in the showroom. Took out one through track, like I was saying, and straightened things out. We went through and I took out a lot of the stalls on the roundhouse because we wouldn't have something like this giant structure down here on the right-hand side. Besides, it ran well off the planned area there. But we still fit the steam facility and the diesel facility into this area here. Now, if you walk around to the crew side, as opposed to the public side up there, it looks a little funny with north going to the right and south going to the left. But it works. So we have two particular areas here. This is a general assembly plan. In the pink bubble here on the left, that is the steam side service. On the right-hand side is the diesel service. You'll notice the turntable and the roundhouse both overlap there. The third area there is a fiddle yard in Bristol, and it's one of the sliding 8-track transfer table. What do you call it, Tony? Transfer table? Similar to what Tony's got on his layout, similar to what John Signar has on his. So those various tracks, and we'll examine what they do and how they work starting here. This is the steam side service, and it takes up about a module and a half there because we include the roundhouse and the turntable setup. We also include the one main line that runs through way off at the very back, and that goes behind a view block, so you can have a little bit of main line running, and this is strictly on the Norfolk and Western side, going north from the station. On the Southern Railway side, everything falls off on the other side of the transfer table. So we have just the turning of the locomotives there, the refueling, and that's all there really is on that side for the Southern Railway. Track number 9, as you see going up to the top there, that goes to the sand service. That's shared between the two railroads there. Tracks 6, 7, and 8, those are where the Southern diesels were shown there. Item number 5 up there is the water tower. And if we go back a few slides there where the Streamline J locomotive and the ABA set of Southern equipment was, you could see the water tower there. And as far as I can tell, through the Historical Society and everything like that, that was the only water tower at this particular engine facility at Bristol. The other thing that was missing, couldn't find any pictures of, was the coaling tower. Couldn't find one. Well, that gives you a certain flexibility with some older photographs. But I'll get to that in a minute. This is a fiddle yard and how it applies to Bristol and not Bristol. You could have 3 tracks set aside for arrival and departure on Norfolk and Western, 3 also for Southern. There are turns that originate in Bristol and go north. The famous Virginia Creeper that was a Norfolk and Western branch line that took off at Abingdon, went up into the hills there. That's the subject of one of the articles in Ian Rice's book here. And then supply service. You need to get diesel fuel to the diesel facility. You need to get steam, sand, other things to the steam facility. You need to get a boxcar to different places there too. So you need to model those, or you get to model those. So you've got a Southern switcher for the Southern Supply Services. You've got a Norfolk and Western 080 for that side of the house. And I'll jump through here a little bit. There's a famous picture of John Signer's layout there with relative sizes. Inside of the red square here is about an 8-track, 4-foot long transfer table. You can tell that measure off with the passenger cars on the far right-hand track there, and you can see what goes on there. Also for scale, just so everybody can see what the whole thing is about, this is a 2-foot by 16-foot transfer table. Okay, that was our size limit for this particular exercise. This is one of your big differences between American layouts and British layouts. British one's the one on the bottom, American one's the rest of the room. The one in the rest of the room is not going anywhere as far as the show goes. The other one, it could happen. So staging. As the various trains go, everything is cab first, going towards State Street in Bristol. Once it gets turned around, it goes off to the rest of the world. And one of the other presenters was talking about modeling the rest of the world. These are some Pico cassettes that I'd modified for, the front one's not modified, the middle one's a little longer. The one on the back is long enough for an A-class or a Y6B. This is Mary Street Bridge in the background. This is part of the main Bristol yard, and it looks a whole lot like a fiddle yard to me. You have the flexibility of doing this, doing as much weathering, as much modeling, as much junking it up as you care to do, or you can make it nice and smooth and easy to set the locomotives on and easy to do the re-railing, whatever you like to do. Let me back up just a couple of slides here to this. I put on the Mary Street Bridge. That's a good view divider, so you'll have something between the steam facilities and the fiddle yard area. In actuality, it's about a mile. On the layout, it's about an inch. After I drew this up, I thought, you know, it'd be better just to have the bridge shown as a flat up against the left-hand side. Maybe put a mirror in there, something like that. Represent it being a little bit deeper, because this will give you a little bit more flexibility in taking rolling stock and locomotives on and off the layout as you need to. And where were we? No coaling towers. What they had is a Norfolk-style coaling hoist. a couple of these. Now, these are not unique to Norfolk and Western, but they happen on Norfolk and Western. This is the main entrance in the service track to the actual roundhouse facility, taken in the 30s. Norfolk and Western Historical Society is the source there. But you can see the roundhouse in the back, how that goes around a little bit further. Unique scenes, nicely done scenes, are a mainstay of the British, a lot of the British layouts that we've seen. So you can have, next to the shortened up roundhouse, another lead track on the outside of the roundhouse, just so you can park some neat equipment there. Use that as a staged ready track. You'll also be able to have neat scenes where Beaver Creek is over on one corner of the layout, the Southern Diesel facility. You can doll that up, have it really nice. Just on the left-hand side, behind the sand house and behind the hoist, you can see a hopper car in there. That is a service lead where the coal supply, where the sand supply, everything can come in and out there as far as feeding the steam locomotives. The feeding and the care and feeding of the diesel locomotives on the other side can be taken care of with a variety of tank cars just shuffled in and out of there. The only real work that you're showing on the diesel side is the, excuse me, the delivery of the oil tank or the fuel oil and the turning of the locomotives. On the steam side, you've got everything that a regular steam facility would do. So a lot of nice scenes. Those are important. Good things about this facility and why I picked this facility. It works. It's sized just for us. It fits into a space that's right at 16 feet long. And here is a detail plan for the coal hoist. If you're really, really interested in having some fun, you can make this an operating unit. Transport. Sonoma Short Line was a modular club up in the North Bay area. For moving their modules around, they built 1x3 frames, set them up. You can see down on the lower right where you have short guide pieces to go up to the module above, long legs to go over the leg area or a module below. Things how it will fit into a standard mid-size bed Chevy pickup. That's why I had it at 5'11". Just because a buddy of mine who's got one of them said, yeah, I don't know if 6 foot will quite fit. But using stacking modules like this, maybe with shock cords to hold everything down, and your mileage will vary, depends on what you've got, whether it's a U-Haul trailer, whether it's a Honda minivan. Use this type of a storage system. You could stack up 2 or 3 high, put a protective cover over the top of the steam and diesel side modules, and put other structures, equipment, DCC boxes back in the back, under the bottom, up in the back seat. So off to the show we go. Up on the upper left there, that is a picture of the Virginia Creeper with the 480 marching off up to Abingdon, the Abingdon branch in Western Virginia. The photo on the right is the big stuff there. All of the Norfolk and Western lines came down through big valleys. It did not go up and down the mountains over any passes. But it was mainline high-speed stuff, passenger service also. All of your New Orleans to Washington, D.C. passenger trains went through there. Questions?
Any questions for Doug about his design? Any questions from our audience out on the internets? Okay, with that, I would like to call... Yes, can we all thank Doug for his submission? Please. Can I ask all of the presenters to come up for some really quick Q&A? I I know we're over time. I think it's tradition that the Layout Design Challenge always seems to put 10 pounds of layout design in a 5-pound presentation slot. Brooks? And do we have Cal on the phone?
Yes, I'm here.
Yay. Okay. And now I need to call on all of you. Ask your questions either to individual contributors or submitters. Ask questions about layout design, about designing for this. Make something that's more a comment than a question. So who wants to be first? Okay, I'm going to start off then. And for each of the presenters, what did you learn about British exhibition layouts by doing this exercise?
So the real thing was owning Ian Elsa's books. It made me think about what do they try to express at an exhibition with a standalone display rather than being part of a larger one. So that focusing, and that's why I wanted a proscenium arch and the whole thing, so that your eye is focused strictly on the story that's being told by each of the structures. So that degree of focus isn't so obvious when you're part of a larger running layout.
Yeah, it's interesting because I was thinking along very similar lines. This idea of it being thinking about things as this focused scene, and the idea that you're, rather than representing a big picture in a kind of sketched out, abstracted way, you're representing a very small piece of the picture and kind of letting that kind of stand in for the larger thing. But because you're able to focus in on this small piece, you can kind of really put in the pieces of that small thing and put in a lot of detail about that.
Yeah, similar to that, those comments there. What I was looking at was some of the normal railroad operations that people might often take for granted, that you could use as a teaching tool at a lot of shows. Not all of the youngsters know what goes on into making a steam locomotive go. They don't know where the coal comes from, and they haven't looked at a lot of the historical scenes and ideas that people might have putting things together. So one other thing I had on my phone that I didn't get to there is on the construction of the layout, the height of the layout, size it for 7-year-olds so they can see what's going on. It doesn't have to be way up high and, good for us necessarily.
Cal, any questions or any comments from you?
I think the big thing with the British style layouts, and I have seen a few at train shows here in Canada, is that the focus actually on doing realistic operations on them, even in a very small area, as opposed to the more typical ones that we see, like the N-track style with, basically trains going around and around in circles.
We have a question from Cliff.
Hi. Hello. Okay. This one is directed to you specifically at Brooks. One comment, I was particularly, one of the things that I liked seeing was how you had designed the traffic pattern with it being circular yet, without curves. I thought that was a pretty effective way to move your rolling stock. And the question that I do have is, what was the intended locomotive to be, the operating actor, and did you have any other options for that?
So usually if this was a Norfolk and Western branch, that the photos that I've seen, mostly they used typically some of the older Y-class 2882 locomotives. Occasionally they would use one of their kind of even older and smaller 2662s. but it was usually a big mallet locomotive of that sort. I'm not offhand certain what the Virginian Railroad used for those, but I know that they also had some older 2882 articulated locomotives that they would have used for this.
We have a question from a non-physical attendee.
Non-physical attendees now. Okay. Lawrence would like to know, was there any equipment like track that you think that would have made the result better or the process easier for you? For any of our panelists.
I certainly plan to stay away from Unitrack as much as I can. I don't like the way it looks. It limits me in terms of what I can do. So that's why I'm redoing the trackage on the existing sections. I have to make the ends compatible with the Unitrack plug so that I can be part of the larger group, but inside I'm free to go elsewhere. And there are finer, more eased turnouts that make that more useful. There's also the famous code 82 versus code 70 discussion. So that's another issue.
Yeah, for me, the Atlas Code 83 track and the Shinohara Walters Code 83 turnouts have worked very, very well for the type of locomotives that that I'm discussing here. I've got quite a bit of Norfolk and Western equipment, and actually, I had a layout that I just had a single spur that represented the whole engine facility. And for this particular challenge, I left off the rest of the layout and developed the engine facility. But the Code 83 trackage made everything work well and work easy. And as long as I got my soldering technique down to where I was actually soldering the wire to the rail and not desoldering the rail from the ties, everything worked fine.
One of the things for me, kind of along the trackage story, because I discovered as I was laying these things out, because I was kind of focusing in so much on a single scene and thus representing it over a much larger space than we probably would on a larger layout, I found that I was wanting to put in tracks that were, I think the radius on my passing siding to give it kind of a curve like it would be fitting in a valley ended up being, I think it was 10-foot radius. So being able, something like that, we couldn't make look right without some sort of flex track or hand laid track at really large radii. So I thought that was kind of an interesting thing I learned.
The other thing I've learned is not to design complex trackage across the joints between two sections. And if you have to, use gap masters and solder it down well. And perhaps even the one I like is the sliding pins. I'm going to do this, I haven't done it yet. The sliding pins on the back of the rail, so you can't actually see it, that force a rail to actually align horizontally and vertically after you've got it eyeball aligned. Then you slide the pin in the back and it forces it into place. Otherwise, it's a predictable disaster.
Want to say, Cal?
Oh, yeah, I didn't give a whole lot of thought to the track, although I did design it with the idea that it would be the PICO Code 83 number 5 turnouts. I just find they're very, very reliable, very robust.
So this may be more of a question for Rich specifically, but it kind of struck me looking at your plan, and this might apply to some of the others, that instead of using a transfer table, if you are a little creative, you could use a 180-degree curve. Coming around from the front, kind of coming through the switch, then doing a little curve to the back and putting all of the sidings on the back coming back down off the curve, and could actually fit it in there. And it struck me that eliminating that transfer table would make things a lot simpler, and it really would be almost the same size to get you to the back side where you can put your sidings for staging.
Yeah, I think it'd be almost the same size in terms of transporting it. It would be a little more difficult to set up in a typical limited space exhibit, like this will fit on the table because mine's only going to be 2 feet deep. So I can fit that whole thing on a 9 foot, 8 foot table with a little bit hanging over the edge. In the exhibit, in the TT track setup, exactly what you're discussing is already implemented, and that works well. So it's sort of having the flex. That's why I said I wanted the flexibility to still be able to run through on my transfer component, or as you're suggesting, I could actually eliminate that and run into some other external yard, which they do have in the larger setup. So it's just the difference between self-contained and being some part of something larger. And that's in my view.
We've got one other question locally from Jim.
Comment first. I think you guys are all very creative. Your designs were fantastic. And how many of you wished for an extra foot while you were designing?
Front to back or lengthwise?
500 millimeters.
I always wish for an extra foot. I say I always wish for an extra foot or two in any design I've done. So
I found it actually fairly interesting that once I had the general this idea of how I was going to lay things out, I don't think I would really have been able to put, if you'd given me an extra foot actually in either direction, I've really been able to put anything meaningful in that extra foot. That it kind of, once it fit, it kind of fit, and I could have made my tracks a little longer, could have made my trains a little longer, but I don't know that I really could have. I didn't really have anything I wanted to put in this scene that needed the extra space.
As Mike said, the meter width is a useful width for putting crosswise on the back seat of a sedan. So it really travels well. I've gone to Salt Lake, I've gone to Vancouver. So 1 foot doesn't do me any good. I'd do another meter or don't worry about it. So, if you're doing longer sections, I guess that can work. Then you get into 4 or 6 foot sections. Those take a lot more thought as to how you're going to transport them.
David?
I was wondering if your thinking process of trying to design this might have influenced your likelihood of actually building such a thing as what you've designed, or was it purely theoretical?
Mine is intended to absolutely be a project because I'm limited to when I can get together with the guys in Vancouver to do the actual setup of, unless I make it into something I can use here locally. So I would hope that by next year's convention, I can have this displayed for everybody and out on the floor in Concord, working at the Concord PCR convention.
Mine is strictly a preliminary design thing at this point in time.
Cal?
Actually, the plans for my large home layout includes that yard, and not too much different from what I've shown there. Actually, a little bit shorter, but with one more track and width, and then also the Grand Trunk Pacific yard will have a couple more tracks in it. But and the whole stockyards and stuff is not going to be there. But the yard I actually plan on building, and about 20 years ago I actually built a version of that yard and did have it operating in a previous layout.
Last question.
It's been quite a while since I saw British exhibition layouts. In fact, it was in the last century. But I really loved going to see them. And what struck me is what a social component it is. A lot of the people, they may have a little scheme where they bring in 3 cars, switch them, and take them back to staging, and then they repeat. The real point is to show your modeling, and there's a huge amount of conversation. The people on the public side are engaging the people with the layouts in a lot of conversation. So many of them you know, it's very different than the way American exhibitions usually are. So I was intrigued with the designs, remembering that. And I especially thought the engine terminal would really work in that British style. You could show off the locomotives, show off the terminal. And as you said, people could learn from it. But I think several of the layouts would have that potential if the person exhibiting it had the right attitude. You guys want to comment?
It's an interesting thought that kind of thinking about that and thinking about the engine terminal. One of the things that you can do with the engine terminal particularly is, say you've got a buddy in that area that's coming, they may have an engine that they kind of want to show off, and they can put it on your engine terminal and it kind of fits into that kind of thing. So I think that's an interesting possibility from that particular idea.
Mine explicitly, the signage is supposed to invoke knowledge of the local area. And so either I have the knowledge and I can pass that along to people who may live somewhere nearby and see some of the structures but didn't know the history, or interact with people who do know more history of my uncle used to work at the Best factory or at Caterpillar factory, you know, so it would stimulate that engagement. And I think that's part of the process. So having most of the British ones, especially, it's a wharf, or it's a scene, it's a veil, it's like, oh yeah, you know, our house was just down the street to the left. You hear those discussions, and it's very invigorating, is a word I'll use.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like the fact that it's a small engine terminal, and I was very happy I found it and stumbled across it there. But it's a small enough terminal where you can model all of the operations that go on. You can have 4 to 6 passenger trains, northbound, southbound, freights, turns, all kinds of things. You can easily scale this up with a couple of other bits or modules, and have a very good operating layout, or you can have some good hostler operating sessions with the layout just as it's planned now.
Cal, any last comments?
I would just say the whole idea of operating something other than running in circles. I had a disagreement with the local club here who told me that no, people just want to see trains running in circles. They don't want to see you doing any switching or anything like that. So if you're going to do that, don't bother coming to the show. So I don't belong to the club anymore. But I did find that when I would have the opportunity to stop and do some switching, you actually generate a crowd. People are actually interested. What are you doing? Why are you doing that? Explain it to them. So
cool. Thank you. Oh,
yeah, just one last comment. Thank you very much to Hilding for coming to our rescue with the projector issue.
So let's all say thank you to our presenters for their hard work and submissions.
Yes, and I'd also like to say thank you to you, Robert, for running this and organizing it and setting up the challenge. I thought this was a really excellent and thought-provoking theme, so thank you.
And finally, we'll have Seth do closing ceremonies.
Well, what can I say? What he said. I'd like to thank all the presenters, challengers, certainly all the volunteers again. Once again, Cliff and Robert for organizing fantastic content for us this year. Kind of our first really back in person year. I think they did a super job. Let me see here. This is going to sound like an Oscar ceremony. Once again, the club and its Slintac for providing a wonderful facility for us. And obviously all of you, both in person and virtually, who came and participated with us. Obviously, there's no event if we don't have an audience, and we thank you for your enthusiastic participation. And also the host for the tours later. So if I missed anybody, I'm sorry. Now, historically, we've tried to move this around between the South Bay, the East Bay, the North Bay, Sacramento, rinse and repeat. Our intent next year, and need to work with the Marin Sonoma people to identify a suitable venue. But our plan would be same weekend between football playoffs and the Super Bowl. We got to get the bad taste of that Niners game out. But that would be our plan for 24, and it would be Marin Sonoma. You know, as always, venue is an issue. We quite honestly, and this is, I'm going to take personal responsibility for this, after last year, I felt we'd have a hard time filling up a facility with more than about 50 seats this year. So we were able to get about 45 in here. It turns out we sold out very, very quickly. So we'll be looking for something a little larger next year. You know, if you got a great idea for a place, please get back to me. I'm going to check with all the usual suspects on the committee in the North Bay who, you know, would be able to be the point person on the ground. So, you know, that's kind of a logistic issue, but, you know, we very, very much want to do it again in the North Bay next year. So anyway, thank you very much. Enjoy the tours. Yeah, David. Yes, yes. As usual, awesome, you know, job and quick response to the glitches. So thank you so much, and enjoy the tours tonight. Enjoy the ops tomorrow.